Peace and shalom, family. Happy fast of atonement to all that cling to the Most High's laws, statutes, and order. With that, giving all praises and honor and glory to the Most High King, Ahaya Shahaya, Bahashem Yashiyah, Wakwadash Wawat Kakamawa, which is all glory and honor to the Most High, the great I am that I am, of Exodus 3 and 14, through the Savior Yasha, Hosanna, that's Matthew 21 and 9, through the Holy Spirit, which is wisdom Kakamawa, that's Proverbs 8 and 9 and 1. Peace and blessings to your family. Yaak is back. As you know, we got another lesson for y'all. I have to get into these very quickly here because I'm kind of short on time today and I have a lot of things I want to show y'all. So I want to get right into it. So we're going to start with the first verse here, Revelation 12 and 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Family, a good brother of mine told me years ago, the best way to be deceived is to think that you're not deceived. That's the best way to be deceived. A lot of people, a lot of black people especially, talk and fight for things that they have no idea what they're talking and fighting for. They haven't looked into the issues. They haven't looked into any history on it. They haven't did any kind of research. Now, granted, this fits the world in general, but I'm aiming for the children of Israel. You so-called black people, you Negroes out there that's watching this, I'm talking to you on this lesson. It's time to have a come to Yasha moment. It's been too long. It's time for a rant video. Yeah, I'm going there. It's time for one. Okay? We got to get into it because he deceiveth the whole world. This means most people, the Most High deals in majorities and a remnant. The majority of the world is deceived. Big time.
From local TV stations. And it's information they trust. 41% of registered voters said they trust local news to tell the truth, while just 27% trust national news. Sinclair disputes having any kind of a political bent. Its executives declined to talk with us on camera for this report.
The sharing of biased and false news
has become all too common on social media.
This weekend, the online site Deadspin created this compilation of dozens of Sinclair's local newscasters recording an identical promo accusing the national media of spreading fake news.
An agenda to control exactly what people think in communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about the troubling trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Big time. And it's not even like the deception can't be seen through, but if you're not reading and searching and looking through the Bible and the Spirit, you're going to be lost. I'm just going to keep it 1,000. You're going to be lost. And most people are lost due to that reason. So let's get it. Let's get to the war on masculinity. So I want to touch on some things here, but first we're going to go back before we go forward. I know everybody want to see what's going on now. I got some new up-to-date clips on this one, but we're going to go back first, then we're going to go forward. So y'all check this out. We're going to do a quick tour of a California prison back in the 80s.
1 through 4 inmates populate San Quentin. It's appropriate to start here in our tour of CDC because San Quentin was the first prison. Let's go back in time, back to 1852, when the land I'm standing on was a barren shore. California's first prison was a ship, the Waban, anchored off Point Quentin. During the day, inmates labored to construct the main prison. At night, they were locked in the hold of the old ship. Construction on the state's second prison at Folsom began in 1858. It was made from granite quarried in the Folsom area by inmate labor. In 1880, 22 years after construction began, Folsom Prison opened. Today, both old and new Folsom house close to 7,000 level 1 through 4 inmates. Until 1944, each prison was under the separate management of a warden, with no overall policy direction or centralized administration. In 1944, the legislature convened a special session and created the California Department of Corrections. During the 1940s, 2 new facilities for men were opened: California Institution for Men, CIM, at Chino, and Correctional Training Facility, CTF, at Soledad. CIM now holds about 6,000 men at several locations on a wide tract of land. CTF Soledad houses levels 1 through 3 and holds about 6,000 men. Prison expansion continued into the 1950s with the completion of Dual Vocational Institution, DVI, at Tracy, California Men's Colony, CMC, at San Luis Obispo, California Correctional Institution, CCI, at Tehachapi, and California Medical Facility, CMF, at Vacaville. An important point to know is that the names given to these institutions when they were constructed reflect only part of their mission today. For example, Dual Vocational Institution, DVI, at Tracy, with about 3,000 men, offers vocational training, as do all institutions. But about half the facility now acts as a reception center to process incoming inmates. CMF, with more than 7,000 inmates, has a hospital and psychiatric ward, but so do other institutions. Like all the others, both DVI and CMF house a large number of general population inmates. California Men's Colony is home to around 6,000 men. A licensed hospital is located here, along with 1 complete wing for psychiatric cases. California Correctional Institution has about 5,000 men from levels 1 through 4. SMSC, or Southern Maximum Security Complex, was built here in 1985. Also known as Supermax, it contains some of the worst offenders in the state. In 1952, after the old women's prison at Tehachapi was damaged by an earthquake, a new women's prison opened at Frontera, the California Institution for Women, CIW. Today, it holds about 2,400 female prisoners. 3 facilities were constructed in the 1960s. These were the California Rehabilitation Center at Norco, CRC, California Correctional Center at Susanville, CCC, and Sierra Conservation Center at Jamestown, SCC. California Rehabilitation Center at Norco began as a drug and alcohol treatment center for civil addicts. Today, it still has a large number of these individuals, but it also houses over 2,500 felons. It is the only prison in California's system where both men and women are permanently housed. Approximately 1,000 women live atop the hill near the administration areas. About 4,000 men live at California Correctional Center at Susanville. Another 4,000 live at Sierra Conservation Center near Jamestown. These prisons were designed as training facilities for inmates who work at conservation camps throughout the state. That remains an important function. But with overcrowding and prison expansion, both facilities also house general population inmates. During the 1970s, California's inmate population leveled off, so no new prisons were built. But the 80s were different. A get-tough attitude on crime, combined with a surging population, doubled the number of prisoners between 1980 to 1985, from 25,000 to 50,000.
Young, you said nothing I say can be used against me?
That's right.
Me and Threat shot up Rich on McCoy and Dad at the barbershop on Bankhead.
Lil Woody has taken over the media lately with multiple appearances on 20v1s and many collabs with different content creators.
Does the 372 correspond to the letters of DRC on the phone pad?
It could. I gotta look at the phone pad to see. How do you look at the phone pad to tell? You gotta be specific.
Sure. Would the two of you go out?
I go out with anybody, even you.
I'm not asking about me. 64 Echo Hotel and 164 Echo.
Get back. If he said I said it, I said it.
And is that true or that not true that you left her home around 5 o'clock?
If you notice something about me, I don't keep up with the time or the days. I just go with the flow.
Is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She's fired.
She's fired? Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you?
Okay, but you had the beef with Kel. Why not say it was Kel?
Because I had to convince them. I gotta make it seem. If I say Kel shot me, they're gonna, how you know? How Kel know where you stay at? So I gotta come up with something to make them know. Okay, well, Tay been over here. You know what I mean? So okay, Tay. I don't know, like.
But
listen, you keep asking me. I told you I don't know who shot at me.
When is the first time that you recall meeting Young Thug?
At the studio.
And roughly, what year are we talking about?
Before I went to jail.
Which time?
Right.
Roughly 14 years. You know.
Well, I've been in jail most of that time, so.
Did you all speak while you were in jail?
A few times.
So your friendship didn't stop just because you went to jail?
What you mean?
I said.
Did your friendship stop just because you went to jail? Or
who determined when a friendship start and stop? You had to ask that again because I ain't for sure what you're asking.
Sure. I'll ask you again. 2014, 2015. Have you ever... I'll wait till you finish.
I'm tired.
You and I both. While y'all were in school, did y'all develop a friendship?
Nope.
Okay. At some point in time, did you ever develop a friendship with Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. When was that?
I don't know when, but at one point we became cool.
Okay. And when you say cool, what do you mean?
COOL.
I didn't ask you to spell it. I asked you what you mean. So you say you don't remember telling him about what happened at...
But if he said that, I told him that. I'm telling you right now, I told him that. So can you start asking me what I supposed to told Detective Thorpe? Because I'm telling you now, if he said that I said anything about anything, I'm telling you, more likely I probably did.
Right. Well, I'm going to ask you about all the things that you talked to Detective Thorpe about.
So family, as you seen the clip from almost 40 years ago, about 40 years ago to today, it's the same thing. This is part of that war on masculinity, because this is what it is, from the old unto the new. You see, they had a place for you back then, and they had a place for you today. They got a place for you. The old school used to say, you got one foot on the banana peel and the other one in the grave. And this is where they want you, black man. This goes back to the Willie Lynch letter, which I'm going to reference many times in this, but it was even a time I remember growing up, if you came at people and you were trying to be peaceful and you were trying to be cool, they would call you friendly. They would call you weak. They would call you soft. But really, you just like, man, so I'm just trying to chill. But it was, and it is, highly glorified to go against another black man as a black male. This is why on these records, you can knock off 100 Negroes in the hood. You could knock off 100 Negroes in your city. But you make one song about killing the cop. Make one song about killing the FBI agent. Make one song about killing somebody that's high in office. Make a song about it and let the song snap. Let it snap. What's gonna happen? The feds is gonna come for you. You don't believe me? What happened with NWA? Ain't they locking up artists now? Ain't YSL on trial now and they're going through their lyrics? Right? Because they really don't care about us killing each other as black men. That's not what they're cared about. It's just the fact that they can use that to lock you back up. See, ever since we got out of slavery, there's been a mass movement in different legislations, different laws passed to get us back into slavery. You can thank Joe Biden and Clinton and that administration for the 3-strike rule, which was to put you back into slavery. Because prison is slavery. And for brothers thinking that this is cool, I know a lot of us is coming out of this. So, you know, I'm talking to those brothers that's dealing with this. Because I don't deal with nobody that deals with this foolishness. But this is the prize you get. You niggas thinking I'm going to go out here and I'm going to party and I'm going to mess with all these girls and I'm going to do this and I'm going to thug it out and I'm going to blast on this dude and get extended and banana clips and do. You can do that. You can do that. You can brag about all of that. But let me tell you two things. One thing, the dudes that brag about that ain't about that. The dudes that's about that is quiet. They're not talking about it. They're not bragging about it. They're not speaking about it. And number two is, them people got a place for you. That life has an expiration date on it. You can sit up here and thug and do all you want. Woody crying and all that. Now, I understand. Black men, we go through things. Sometimes it's going to bring you to tears. It's hard. But when you choosing a hard life, these are the prizes you get. You get jail and you get death. That's what you get. I don't feel no sympathy for them like that. I feel sympathy that, like, dang, like, I hate they going through that, but this is what you choose. Let me read, man. And this is just another part of the curse of Israel. Isaiah 42 and 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. Robbed and spoiled. That means spoiled means destroyed, not spoiled like what we think spoiled means today. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for spoil, and none saith restore. As all we've been going through, nobody has tried to get us out of this. Well, I ain't gonna say nobody. Nobody has successfully been able to get us out of this condition that we in. Nobody has said restore them to who that they were before. This is why, and I'm gonna get into more of this, who we were pre-slavery, what we were doing before that in the earth. But that's for another lesson. That's not for this lesson. This lesson is showing that this is where we are. And I'm gonna say in the next section too, black people, we are at our lowest point. And I'm real sad for y'all that can't see that. Just because we have a couple athletes here and a couple stars here that can get on and have influence and have an impact, we are at our lowest point next to slavery. And it's sad because we're supposed to be free now. That's what makes it worse. Let's get to Matthew 25 and 36. Naked and ye clothed me. I was sick and ye visited me. I was in prison and ye came unto me. Now there's some brothers that's in prison and locked down, and it's some of the realest people that you would meet. And it's like you either turn over a new leaf and you learn that it's a better way, It's going to be harder. The righteous path ain't easy. It's going to be harder. They learn that, or they learn how to be better criminals, or they just be the same criminal. And that's people that go back in and back in and back in. But those are the options. They call it a trap. Now they calling it drill music. Drill music is a thing now. But all of it is about killing, stealing, robbing, dealing, and doing everything wicked. And then when these brothers die, people like, I know they're in a better place. Are you sure about that? This is why you need to read the word. The Most High is not playing with us. When it says judgment starts at the house of Israel, it's talking about you black folk. This is why you went through all what you went through, and you're still going through it. Judgment hasn't left you quite yet. Quite yet. But we're getting to a point where it's about to come to a head, which we're going to touch at the end of this lesson. Don't let me get ahead of myself. But you got to get into this word. Got to get right. At least strive to be. It's all about effort at the end of the day. But look, this is Jeremiah 4:22 off the ends of what I was saying there. For my people is foolish. They have not known me. You don't know the Most High. He's not some white dude with long hair and blue eyes, or some white man in the cloud with a big gray beard. That's not who the Most High is. He was never described like that in Scripture. He has nothing to do with what your pastors is talking about. I mean, 98% of them. Yes, I mean that. 98% of them, that's not what he's talking about. He created a special people in the earth, and he wrote, put it upon the prophets to write to those special people. I'm here tonight to tell you, you are those people, Israel. And it's not going to stop until you stop what you're doing and understand this. You're not going to go against him and be fruitful in this life or the next. But they have not known him. It says what? They are Sodom's children. That's bad. Like them kids in the store tipping over things. You bad Sodom's children. That's what the Most High is calling you, Israel. You're Sodom. And they have none understanding. None understanding. We're going to talk about understanding in this lesson as well. None understanding. They are wise to do evil. You know how to flip a bird. You know how to ride down on the ops. I'm talking about to you fellas. We got a section for the ladies. We're going to say that for later. But you know about all that. You know how to get on the back page and go find something out there. You know how to do all the things that he asked you not to do. And I'm going to get into why he asked us not to do that. But you know how to all do that. But look, but to do good, they have no knowledge. You have no knowledge to do good. It's just so much that we go through, that we put ourselves through. Now, granted, we do have a system that's against us. This isn't about giving the system a pass like their hands is clean, because it's absolutely not. But you got to look at your part in it. You have a part to play in it, Israel. And in this day of atonement, I want to lay it at your feet. As it says in the scripture, lift up thy voice like a trumpet and show the house of Israel their sins. You have to understand what you've done wrong. You got to understand why your situation ain't working out, ain't been working out. You keep trying to work it out. It's because you have not fully turned unto the Most High. You have not. And I'm here to prove it to you this evening. Let's keep it moving. We're going to go into this video with Oshkino Vasquez, very talented rapper. But I want you to hear what he says regarding Jay-Z and Nas at the time of their beef back in the early 2000s. Y'all check this out.
Jay-Z would have shot Nas if you would have asked him. I would have. Not that Jay-Z was a street guy, but he used to be a street guy. When he told us to come at Nas, I come at Nas. I don't know him. You know what I mean? I didn't know him at all. But I just didn't like the way he told us to diss Nas. Then he get back cool with Nas, but don't get us cool with Nas, right? It's like, we don't know Nas. You dissed him because you asked us to diss him. Because he was on your ass, you know what I mean? That's like me telling my friends, go shoot up your house, right? They go shoot your house up, then I get back cool with you. But they got your house up. So you still don't, me and you cool now, but I never fixed it with them.
You said that you were so loyal to Jay-Z, you would have shot Nas if you would have asked him.
I would have. Not that Jay-Z was a street guy, but he used to be a street guy. When he told us to come at Nas, I come at Nas. I don't know him. You know what I mean? I didn't know him at all. But I just didn't like the way he told us to diss Nas. Then he get back cool with Nas, but don't get us cool with Nas, right? It's like, we don't know Nas. You dissed him because you asked us to diss him. Because he was on your ass, you know what I mean? That's like me telling my friends, go shoot up house, right? They go shoot your house up, then I get back cool with you. But they got your house up. So you still don't, me and you cool now, but I never fixed it with them.
Cole, you stupid.
More than a dozen guns off the streets tonight and several men arrested after, including rapper NBA YoungBoy.
A broad daylight drug bust, landing 16 men behind bars tonight, including Baton Rouge rapper NBA YoungBoy.
It's crazy. Good.
When police got there, the men took off, but a short while later, according to an affidavit, police found oxycodone and other drugs packaged up at the scene, as well as 14 guns, one of which was stolen, plus more than $79,000 in cash.
And do you see that in the NBA YoungBoy gun charges? Do y'all see these things? I think NBA YoungBoy said he just signed a contract for $60 million. What is you doing? This YSL thing, what are you doing? You made it. And this is that whole survivor's remorse thing. Look, brothers and sisters, especially you brothers, if you made it to the top of your game, you making high 5 figures, 6 figures, you got your family out the hood. Look, that's the plan, Negro. That's the plan. You don't need to feel bad about that. That's the plan. Get your house straight. All I'm trying to do is tell you get your spirit straight as well. But that's the plan. Lil Wayne ain't in the 17th. Young Jeezy ain't riding around Zone 6. He may ride through, but he ain't living and riding around. Why do you think that, family? These rappers that make album after album after album after hit about the hood and do, why ain't they living there? We gonna talk real tonight, black people. Why ain't they living there? Why do they want to keep you there and thinking that that's something glorious? We are royal people, man. Y'all don't see it yet. Y'all don't know the thousands of inventions that we made. Y'all don't know about the empires that we built that still are used in the world today. Things that we've done in the past. We invented the whole college system was invented by blackamoors. That they use today, the university. It was universal knowledge. I'm gonna keep on going though. But they reduced us to being damn crash dummies. And it was a day when I was on this foolishness, yes. Maybe not so much following other men, but doing the same stupid stuff. Willing to take a charge, willing to be a crash dummy for stupid stuff. And I praise the Most High to this day that he gave me grace through that. It's not nothing to brag about. I may talk about it in my music, I may talk about it on these posts. This is nothing to brag about. There's many, many people I love that ain't here today because they weren't given that grace. I'm here to proclaim to you that ain't the way. We need to talk to our sons. Damn to being cool, man. You could be the coolest dude in prison, and you could be a nerd in the running the doctor's office or a lawyer's practice. This is time to do better and stand on that. But honestly, you got to get right in the spirit first. Nothing's wrong with worldly success, but your spirit got to be right first. That's the big thing. Because people get all that success and coon and sell out, which we're going to get into as well. Let's get to Jeremiah 17:5. Thus saith the Most High, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart depart from the Most High. These people, and I've seen youngins, man, that had these OGs. And I'll try to my friends. I'm not just talking about, random people. I'm talking about friends I used to kick it with. On the younger side, maybe somebody, a little cousin, a little brother, something. And they in a gang or something. They got this OG. And I know he's leading these young boys astray. He's leading them to do the foolishness. He did his time, got out, and they looking up to him as he's some God. And he would influence them. Go rob this and go kick this and go do that. When these people are rapping on songs about sending their young boys to do it, man, that stuff's for real, man. Because they don't have no thinking. At that age, they believe what they're told. Because a lot of them is still youthful and still in a childlike mind state. These people got a place for you, though. And your OG ain't going to be there. Your homeboys ain't going to write you. This, man, you need to peep game, man. Isaiah 2:22. It says, cease ye from man whose breath is in his nostril, for wherein wherein is he to be accounted of? These men breathe just like you breathe. They bleed just like everybody else bleed. That's why I don't hold these people in high regard when people be holding these artists and these black celebrities and actors. Don't get me wrong, the talent, I can't knock the talent. But these people are just people. Especially you follow somebody out here, these people are they gonna face the same judgment you gonna face. When it's all said and done, they gonna face the same judgment. They walk like you walk, they talk like you talk, but guarantee they gonna see the same Most High when it's all said and done. And if you following this man, the Most High gave you a brain. He gave you a purpose. Now, I'm not gonna tell you what that purpose is. That's something you got to seek him for. But he gave you a purpose, and I can tell you, our purpose is not serving another man in the flesh, holding this man up as if he's some god and he's unaccountable to any higher than him. Let's peep game, man. But let's get to the second thing, because the first thing I see is us beefing with each other, us going back and forth and this tug of war thing. The second thing I see is us dealing with the wrong kind of a woman. This is really the number one downfall before the second one. But we're gonna get into it. Y'all check these videos out, man.
Girl, but they have the most weirdest, funniest relationship on social media. Here's Tyrese's reaction to his girl telling him that Paul Walker was more of her type than he was.
That's the most commonly asked question. How did we meet? Slid in the DMs.
Yeah.
We linked up.
He wasn't my type at all. My type was actually Paul Walker, rest in peace. But he wasn't my type at all. And my type is not white. I'm just saying I was more interested in
touch me.
Paul and every Fast and Furious.
Don't touch me.
And even when I met him, I was like, he's kind of old. I just like his smile. It's pretty cool.
This went
his
really
personality,
bad.
His personality
just went really bad, really fast.
His personality was okay, but
I'm getting off live.
He didn't understand the Instagram model thing, so he would always talk down.
So
on
you
Instagram
wanted the homie,
models.
you didn't want me.
I never said I wanted the homie. I just said he was cuter.
You said I'm old.
You know all this already. I wasn't your type either, so relax. And yeah, so now we're here. It's like an actual somewhat of a love story, which is crazy because I didn't know that
Yeah, I'm done. No, don't touch me.
Don't put on this
Don't
camera.
touch me. Don't touch me.
No. Okay, your turn. Tell them about me.
In your personal opinion, okay, which did you prefer? God. What do you prefer more, the BBC or Mr. Husband over here?
Is this why you put us in two different rooms?
Exactly. We can just be truthful here, guys. Truthful, okay?
I did enjoy Jason's new. Everything not new is interesting and fun, but what?
You made him leave. Look at that.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to catch a breath. So wait, did you choose Jason over your husband?
I had been with one person for 7 years, and although Adam is very exciting to me, like a new experience is always going to be a little more interesting and different. And Adam could attest to that. Like a lot of the we have are probably a lot more fun than him just me on a regular night, right?
Yeah.
So I had fun with Jason, but I still have a lot of fun with my partner, and I don't prefer Jason's over Adam's. That's not what you're going to have to be saying over here.
Okay. In your personal opinion, okay, which did you prefer? God. What do you prefer more, the BBC or Mr. Husband over here?
Is this why you put us in two different rooms?
Exactly. We can just be truthful here, guys. Truthful, okay?
I did enjoy Jason's new. Everything not new is interesting and fun, but
Adam's creation of "I'm the cut god" is slightly, definitely cope.
Come on,
okay. The 22.
I don't understand how when I chose to do this.
Like, nobody had a gun to my head.
Bro, you literally,
we were already rich.
You literally
Bro,
are on camera saying you wouldn't do it because you're rich.
And I changed my mind.
You gave it a try.
Yeah.
But then your reason for doing this is for money. But then before you say you wouldn't do it because you got money.
Right.
But he did it before. He did it for money.
Remo,
They did
you
it
black.
back in the
As long
day.
as we're black. Keep doing this porn thing, we're going to max it out.
Here's the question, yeah?
Huh?
Here's the question.
I'm just listening.
Wait, you do this with your girl?
Huh?
You white, so I don't know. I gotta ask people about this shit. I think this is a white man sport.
No,
letting
but
other niggas fuck their bitch.
He's a porn star. I can't do what he does.
Would you let another man fornicate with your girl?
I mean, that question ain't really on the table, so I don't. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm asking. I'm saying, would you be open to that?
If I was doing what he was doing,
No.
It's different.
I'm talking about
He's playing a different game. You're trying to apply rules with that. For me, we're living a different lifestyle.
No. I'm saying recreationally. If you have a significant other, I don't know if you do currently or not, but if she was into that, would you indulge?
I don't know.
That's a white man sport.
No,
I keep telling y'all. That's a white man. Remo, let me ask Remo real quick.
I'm not with it. I'm just saying.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm telling you. It's a white man sport. I've been told y'all that.
You should have seen the way he was.
In any case, we begin the first half of our show with the
allegations tonight against hip-hop personality DJ Academics. A woman filed a lawsuit claiming the influencer drugged and raped her at his house in New Jersey in 2022. Now, she says the two other men involved sexually assaulted her at the property earlier. The lawsuit also accuses Academics of defamation, claiming he publicly denied the assault and made demeaning comments about the victim. DJ Academics took to his live stream tonight denying the claim and saying that he's excited to see how this plays out in court.
Now at 1 o'clock, from accuser to defendant.
A woman who claimed that former Major League pitcher Trevor Bauer sexually assaulted her is now facing criminal charges. KTLA 5 Samantha Cortese joining us here in the studio with the story.
Glenn and Lou, the Cy Young Award winner, appears to be exiled from Major League Baseball following multiple sexual assault allegations. But in a video online, Trevor Bauer is asking what more can he do to prove he's innocent now that one of his accusers is facing serious jail time for extortion and fraud. A woman who accused former Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer of sexual assault has been charged with fraud in Arizona. A grand jury indictment unsealed Monday accuses Darcy Adana Esmonu of fraud and theft by extortion against Bauer and another man. Esmonu sued Bauer, saying he raped her and got her pregnant in 2020. Bauer says she demanded money to terminate the pregnancy, but later said she had a miscarriage. Bauer posted a 5-minute video on YouTube responding to the indictment and addressing allegations at large for the first time in months.
Here's the thing, she never had an abortion because she was never even pregnant, and that's corroborated by her own medical records. When I refused to pay her the $3.6 million she was asking for, she made up a bogus sexual assault claim and filed a civil suit against me.
In the countersuit, Bauer's lawyers claim she took the money for the abortion and went to Philadelphia to get LASIK eye surgery. Esmonu is not the same woman who accused Bauer of assault in 2021, leading to his 194-game suspension and apparent exile from the MLB just months after signing one of the largest contracts in baseball history with the Dodgers. That accuser, Lindsey Hill, and Bauer settled last year without any payments between the two. Bauer was never arrested or charged.
At this point, I'm not sure what else I can possibly do to prove my innocence in all this. I did not do what I was accused of. And every institution that our society is entrusted to rule on issues like these, like courts, judges, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, they all agree with me. They've rejected every single claim made against me, even going as far as charging one of my accusers with a felony. At what point do I get to go back to work and continue earning a living?
We tried reaching out to Esmonu and her legal team, but were unsuccessful. Her next court date is next week, and she could face more than 16 years if convicted on both charges.
Now at 1 o'clock.
Why did you end up popping your balloon for him?
He seems
like volatile, dangerous. Like if I were to say like I'm not interested or something, he might accost me.
What do you mean?
Accost me, like belittle me or put me down if I like. It seems like you're not good with like a negative comment.
Me?
So you.
No, not at all, sweetheart.
Okay, well, see, that's that sweetheart. Yeah, I just observed and I noticed that, but that's all.
As far as you, you was straight. You was alright. But you got your own opinion. Can't knock you for it.
Yeah.
Right. That's all right.
Okay. And you said she's straight. Does that mean she's someone that you would approach?
Yeah, probably.
All right. Okay, cool. Well,
And now she's facing 16 years in prison for falsely accusing and trying to extort 2 different men.
So you see what I'm talking about there. You see Tyrese snubbed by his girlfriend. Fellas, and they tell the sisters this, but I'm here to tell you, don't ever tolerate disrespect, man. It says a lot about you as a man, your character, how your woman treats you, especially in public, especially. You, the whole DJ academics, the Trevor Bauer thing. The thing about this is, it doesn't matter. Like, money is important to a man because it does help you with your provisions, especially if you want to have a family. This is why you can understand, if you think about it, why they would tell a young brother to get his bread right, get older, and then go seek a woman for a family and so on and so forth. Because why? Because he can then provide. You know what I'm saying? Especially with today's inflation, you gotta have that in order. Everything is going up, everything is higher. And these are millionaires I'm showing you here, if you notice. And even one that's a so-called white guy, right? Y'all gotta understand, the wrong type of woman will destroy your entire empire, your entire being, everything that you've built up. It just takes one. It just takes one. We got to get past this looks thing, y'all. And I know y'all tired of me talking about it. I did. I'm tired of talking about it. But y'all got to get it. You got to get over the looks, man. You got to get stronger up here. Because the looks is the looks is, that's why I say it's vanity. A woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. A lot of these sisters around here, I'm gonna let y'all know 1,000%. If they not submitted to the Abba, they not submitted to a higher. How can she submit to you? How was that even possible? Your word ain't bigger than his. What Christ said, if they kept my word, they'll keep yours also. If you march in the same line, you cannot change these women, family. You can't do it. Speaking of somebody that done tried and failed in my youth, more times than I choose to admit, but you can't change them. Who can make a straight thing crooked? Who can make a crooked thing straight? That's what the scriptures say. Y'all got to peep game, man. I really hate to see men go through this. Men get destroyed by this. And we gotta do better, especially in today's age. Sex is the #1 thing that they're using to distract us from everything. And these people in Hollywood and upper echelon, it's brothers I know. I've seen that just they want to get 6 figures, they want to get rich, they want to do this, all behind trying to get a woman. Like, no knowledge of self, no knowledge of what's going on in the earth. They following these online gurus. Everything they say, they may say some truth. They following everything that they say. Sitting here trying to go out and get money and be successful just for a woman, bro. Like, ain't nothing wrong with desiring a woman. I'm not trying to turn you from that, but bruh, what about you being a man first, man? What about you seeing who you are first, who you trying to build up to be, who you will want your son to look up to, who you want your daughter to look up to. And speaking of that, you shouldn't mess with a woman that you wouldn't want your daughter to look up to, family. If you don't want your daughter to turn that, I wouldn't mess with her. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with y'all on this, but let's just keep it moving. I got Sirach 47:19. Thou didst bow thy loins unto women, and by thou body wast thou brought into subjection. You've been brought into subjection. You know, like a subject. Like you calling her a queen. Well, you a subject. They say treat her like a celebrity, she'll make you a fan. This simp culture, and I know I've heard some ladies talk about this, and fellas, they are right. If you took away the lust that you have for women, the porn industry would die overnight. The OnlyFans and industry would die overnight. Okay, these thirst trapping IG models careers, whatever they got, would die overnight. Your attention is valuable. I'm gonna tell you, brothers, your attention and your commitment is valuable, and they know that. They know that. This is why they seek it. They wouldn't seek nothing if it wasn't valuable. Let's get to Proverbs 31:3. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. Kings have been destroyed. Look at King Solomon. King David almost fell. He slipped, but he got back right. Fellas, if it happened to Adam, the first man, if it happened to Samson, the strongest man, if it happens to Solomon, the wisest man, it can happen to you. Discernment is going to be key. If you really serious about your body, your health, your mind, your spirit, what you're trying to do in this earth while we have this limited time here, you're going to need to pray for discernment. You're going to need to seek discernment. You can't get that from no other man. You got to seek a higher for that. You can't get that from your OG. You can't get that from your pastor, your elder, or your teacher. You can only get that from the Most High. They can tell you some things. They can show you some things, but the Most High gives it to those that ask Him. Seek wisdom from the Father, man. And discernment will have you looking at things on another level. Keep game, man. So we're gonna get more into these celebrities and the foolishness, just to show y'all just how bad it can get out here and how bad it's getting out here. Y'all check this out.
As for a number of reasons, people count on Shannon. There are a lot of people that count on Shannon to be professional at all times, and I always try to be professional at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of professional, although I'm in the privacy of my own home. And I'm very disappointed in myself, not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities. But to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself. I let them call them. I called my sister, my friends. Obviously, my friends reached out, but guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone. Stop of the day. We got up early, had a late night. We don't do excuses here. We just get the job done. This one we signed up.
For the wine, see the line starting over there. Late night, got up early, but we don't do no complaining. Just get the job done. This is what we started off for.
don't know what the fuck you just done did. I mean, real shit. Your motherfucking meat pistol fucked up and your ass hurting. You don't know what the fuck to say. You don't know who to tell. But this is what the game is going to. That's what it's going to. Then, here it is, it's time for a contract to come out. Nigga want to sign you for 5 years. You like, nah, dog. So you don't want to sign with us? Nah. Not for no, nah. Man, pop in the tape. Show this nigga what he did last night. I'm serious. Dude, this real shit I'm telling y'all though. Pop in the tape. You sitting that motherfucker like, man, what the fuck? Yeah, well, what the fuck? That's what happened. You got fucked. What you gonna do? You gonna sign that contract. You don't want nobody in the hood to see that shit. You don't want this shit to get out, dog. I'm telling y'all, and this is what I'm telling y'all like this. These niggas that you see constantly high, they're not getting high because they like to get high. They're getting high because they know what they done done.
The rap industry continues to show their alliance with Satan by promoting demonic images and using their artists to perform satanic rituals in their videos and concerts. Trippie Redd is a well-known rap artist whose career has been highlighted by occultism and satanic imagery. This is Trippie Redd before the fame. This is Trippie Redd after the fame. Notice the 666 tattoo above his eye. He also have a 666 tattoo in the palm of his hands with the all-seeing eye. In his video Topanga, he portrays himself to be Jesus Christ as he performs a satanic ritual. Y'all see the snakes, you see the images of Baphomet in the background.
So y'all see the video there with Shannon Sharp. And again, this is what I'm talking about with these 53X tape rituals. Why does everybody have a 53X tape? Why is that, family? Why does everybody have a 53X tape? Have you thought about it? I mean, it's every year, every couple of years. You see the story, same story. And they always use the same excuse, I got hacked. Come on, man. And it's really a distraction. I've never ever wanted to see a celebrity get down in that fashion. I've never. Why do I want to see that? If I'm watching you on your show and I went and go look at a tape of you doing, that's what I'm gonna be thinking about when I don't want to see that, bro. I don't want to hear that either for the audio. Why? What good is that gonna do for me? But family, I want you to think about this, man. When I'm telling you about Harrios Gamos, why are all these men dealing with the same woman? You see this picture here, Bow Wow and Future and Trevon Diggs, I believe. Got the same baby mama, bro. Now, I'm not knocking the sister. She look like she's a pretty sister. She look good. But you telling me these are people that are well-traveled, rich, in plenty circles. Y'all all couldn't find your own baby. Y'all not even gonna use it. You couldn't find a wife. You couldn't find a woman to deal with, because some men don't have the means to move around. Maybe, they in a small town, a one-horse town, whatever. Y'all got it. This is a ritual, fam. I'm telling you, this is a ritual. This is why we don't need to follow these Negroes. And stop falling for the lust of these women out here, man. Now, if you have a lady that you're with, this is your wife, this is your fiance, or somebody you're courting, all that is that's a different ballgame. I'm talking about you and this woman DMs, you and this woman DMs. You're over here, you're messing off with this chick at work. Bruh, this could easily happen to you. All these things that's happening, it can be a lot of blackmail that can happen, especially if you're successful. That Me Too movement is hitting innocent people too, mostly you brothers. Look what happened to Michael Irvin. I mean, this dude lost a whole $500,000 contract, $1 million contract, got kicked off a show. I mean, brothers, your substance is worth something. We are builders. Do not let something that insignificant allow your empire to fall. And it will. And this whole Nick Cannon and Neo, like, and this is why I don't like, one quick second, when the sister says things like, I'll be feminine for the right man, or when a man could put me in my feminine. You're either feminine or you're not. Because a man can't say, oh, I'll be in my masculine for the right woman. Fellas, you don't change for no woman. You change for the better. There's a difference. When you change it for the better, that's for the betterment of you. That's for the betterment of that sister, if you meet her, if you were to meet her. That's for the betterment of your children, if you have them, or plan to have them. That's for you be better for yourself. See, it starts inward. What you work on inward will come out on the outside. If somebody that's overweight, 600-pound life type thing, you looking in the mirror, you not liking what you see. It's going to take hard work, dedication, sweat, and sacrifice. You build that off, you start shaving those pounds down. You build up your mindset. You begin to control your lust even for food. But it comes from the inner. You don't look at it and be like, oh, I need to lose weight for her. You're doing it for the wrong reasons, man. Because it's something outward. Keep game, man. So let's get to Ezekiel 22:11. And one hath committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another hath lewdly defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in thee hath humbled his sister, his father's daughter. See, this stuff wasn't something that the Most High allowed. When he's speaking on this is stuff we picked up from the nations around us. They do that freaky type of stuff. I told you what's the number one word searched on corn. Yeah, that's the number one word that's searched. This is a sickness, family. You see the Jerry Springer, oh, slept with this and the family and this. That wasn't something that we were accustomed to do. This is when you let things begin to be out of control, and you pair that with the free 53X movement of the 60s, today called the hookup culture. And then you get this. All these videos you see of guys doing this stuff, I just said, all of them ain't skits. And I'm just gonna read, because this society that we live in, this is Sodom and Gomorrah. This is the land that's spiritually Sodom and Gomorrah, family. We just repeating the cycle. It says, Book of Jasher 18:13-15. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah went there 4 times in the year with their wives and children and all belonging to them, and they rejoiced there with timbrels and dances. So this is like a dance, it's like a festival. It's dancing, it's festivals. They did them 4 times in a year, really, for the 4 solstices for each season. You know what I'm saying? Winter, spring, summer, fall. Let's keep reading. And in the time of rejoicing, they would all rise and lay hold of their neighbors' wives, and some the virgin daughters of their neighbors, and they enjoyed them. And each man saw his wife and daughter in the hands of his neighbors and did not say a word. This is that swinging stuff I'm telling you about. They have one in Houston I found every year. These things is real. Like the Most High, these are the verses that we need to be read. These are the verses that because this is happening today. What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, family? What you think gonna happen here? Let's keep reading. And they did so from morning to night. And look, and afterwards returned home, each man to his house and each woman to her tent. And so they did 4 times in a year. This whole sneaky link, side chick, side dude, all that. What you think that is? We have did a 180 and went right back to the past. This is why the past is so important. Okay, so I want you to understand that these celebrities is no different. See, the difference is they do these as rituals. See, most of the masses do this ignorantly. The public, we do this in ignorance. Okay, but up top, they do this as a ritual. This is a ritual, and they're not taking the worst of us to do this. They're taking the best of us. They're taking the person that could have been a spokesperson for the cause, person that could have been a doctor, could have been a lawyer, and actually had a practice where they brought the community up. these aren't dumb people that made it. Just because they might be cooning out, they're not dumb. Peep gang.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. Where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
You know, and that's why Malcolm X said what he said about these black celebrities. You dig what I'm saying? And I feel the same way. You don't see this in other communities. You don't see this in the so-called white community. You don't see this in the Asian community. Do they respect their celebrities and their people? Of course. But to a certain extent, when it comes to policies, when it comes to changes in governmental factions, that's a different respect that they hold, which we gonna get to that later. But when it shows the people that actually have means of production and ways to make changes, they don't get the same respect as an actor. They don't respect. Example, they don't respect a George Bush Jr. in the same way that they respect a Brad Pitt. George Bush gets way more respect. Do you see what I'm saying? We too caught up on entertainment, and it has to do with a lot of it. We looking at the substance, the money, but that's not any power to change anything in the industry that they at. All they can do is be a spokesperson. And they say, like he said, what they want them to say. Why? Because they getting paid. Steve Harvey, Charlemagne the God, DL Hughley. I don't trust none of these Negroes, man. Because we gonna get to why. What are the facts? These people are getting paid to tell you what they're telling you. They're not believing that. Steve Harvey was sitting up there with Trump just a few years ago. He thought we forgot, right? Now he's sitting up there with Kamala. It's all about, I'm telling y'all, if you're ever doing research and you're wondering why something is the way it is and it doesn't make sense, follow the dollar, family. You're gonna find the truth more times than not. Let's get to 1 Samuel. Get to 1 Samuel 8 through 19. Y'all bear with me on this one, okay? According to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them out of Egypt, even unto this day, wherewith they have forsaken me and served other gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken unto their voice, howbeit, yet protest solemnly unto them, and shew them the manner of the king that shall reign over them. See, Saul was the first king of Israel, but that wasn't the Most High's order, excuse me, I'm saying 2 words, order or choice in the way that people think it was. See, he will give you the desires of your heart even if they're wrong. That's why you need to desire what he wants for you. Because you may want something and he may not have it there for you, and it may be a reason for it, family. Because he knows that what you want isn't going to lead you back to him. It's going to lead you away, or it's going to destroy you. And this is what it was, because Israel wanted a king. See, we didn't have a king up until Saul because the Most High was our king. We followed his laws, statutes, and commandments. We weren't dealing with anything else. You dig what I'm saying, Israel? That being said, when we went astray from following other nations. What are we doing today? Following other nations. You dig what I'm saying, Israel? Let's keep reading, okay? He's talking about the king that's going to reign over them. He's talking to Samuel now, right? Samuel went to the Most High like, hey, they want a king. Most High said, hearken unto them, but tell them what I'm going to tell you. And this is what he told them to tell them. And Samuel told all the words of the Most High unto the people that asked him of a king. Asked of him a king. And he said, this will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself, for his chariots, and to be his horsemen. And some shall run before his chariots. So your sons is going to be servants unto the king. Y'all listen to this, y'all. Your sons is going to be taken for the king. This is why I don't advocate for our sons that are now growing up and going, going to be men one day, or maybe they're already young men. I don't advocate for them joining any service. To go fight in some God-forsaken land and die for a country that don't give a damn about them. To come over here with PTSD and off themselves at a rate of 16 to 22 a day. I believe the number somewhere in between like 19 a day, which is still it's crazy. Because they go over there and see and deal with things, and then the wars aren't for our freedoms. As much as they tell you that it's not for our freedoms. How did our freedoms get in Iraq? How did our freedoms get in the Middle East? Anywhere. In Ukraine. What's that got to do with my freedom? When they'll shoot you like a dog in these streets, and the president, our VP, won't have 2 words to say about you. It's time for you Negroes to wake up. Stop sending your sons over there. Because this, if our kings did this to us, what you think a king of another nation gonna do to our sons? What you think? Let's keep reading, man. I'm not even done yet. Okay, so he talked about the sons. Okay, and he will take your daughters to be confectionaries. Oh yes, and to be cooks and to be bakers. So instead of cooking and baking and being confectionaries to a husband, you're gonna be concubines of the king. This is what he's gonna take your daughters to do. How much more do you think that that's true under another nation? I'm just asking y'all to think about this. And he will take your fields, your vineyards, and your olive yards. This is your property tax. To where now you can't even afford it, where the government will come up and buy your land. Well, the government will come and build a whole freeway through your black neighborhood. Y'all need to look at this redlining and all this stuff that people be. This is for real. But these are who you want to serve. This is who you want to serve. This is who you want to fight for in these chat rooms and on these pages and blogs. This is who you, but this is how our own kings did this. So how much more will a king of another nation do this? Y'all keep listening. Even the best of them, and give them to his servants. And he will take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards and give to his officers and to his servants. You know that tenth? That's your tithe. It ain't going to the Most High, it's going to the king. The other king. And he will use your manservants and your maidservants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to his work. And he will take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. This is what will happen under a king, a fleshly king. The Most High is telling you. And what does he say will happen? Because this is what you see today. And ye shall cry out in that day because of your king, which ye shall have chosen you, and the Most High will not hear you in that day. He ain't going to hear you. I want you to put a pin in that verse. He will not hear you because you chose it. Nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, nay, but we will have a king over us. This is why I tell you, brothers, it's ending up on the men. It's hard to be king. It's hard. It's hard to be king. You got to know when to go to war. You got to know when to not go to war. You got to know when to sign a treaty. You got to understand your presence. You got to have respect in your presence. You can't be out here volleying and flipping around. You have your honor to hold up intact. It's hard to be king. Calling each other king and all this, that, and that's respect. Most of them do it vainly, I believe, but you really on that king. It's hard to be king of your domain. But you can do it. But where is the head that wears the crown? Don't think that nothing don't come with it. And most of our kings, as I've told the brothers before, Ed, you can vouch for this. We talk to brothers, you know, they call young Thundercats and, you know, want to run in the truth. Most of our kings was wicked. Only 3 of them was righteous according to the word of the Father. I believe David, what is it? I'll put it up here. It was 3 of them. The rest of them, no es bueno. You understand what I'm saying, Israel? So, men, like, the weight is on your shoulders, no doubt. But, you know, this brotherhood, this righteous brotherhood, brothers could help you. Christ needed help to carry the cross, man, because the world was beating him down. If you love Christ, the world gonna beat you down. But you gotta fight the righteous path, because any other path, any other way, you're gonna be thought a thief. Ain't no other way to get into this. And you're going to have to be down just the same way people be down for these gangs and down to go to prison for some foolishness behind some woman that's for the streets. You belong to the streets. You ready to go to jail and crash out for that. But you can't have any self-control and preservation for the Most High for your own soul. I'm asking y'all to think about this. Okay? This is the commitment that we need. So we're going to get now into the 4th wave of the feminism effect on women, because now we're in the 4th wave. So this is how Satan is deceiving the world. You see how I'm showing you. I'm gonna tie it all in the pretty bow at the end. But I want you to keep some of these things in your back pocket because we're gonna unwrap them as we move along. But I just want to show y'all that these women, YouTube gurus. Now I'm not talking down to everybody that gets on YouTube and gives advice. There's some people I listen to that give great advice, talk about some great things, speaking truth to power. But a lot of them though that I see people blindly following and not checking even the things that don't sound right, or even agreeing with things that they know in their heart, their spirit ain't right, because this person has a large following and this person's doing this and that. You got to look into what does the word say about it. The word got to be your filter. And that's where we went completely astray. So that's how Satan can deceive you, because you haven't been filtering things through the word that you're sitting up here marching and fighting for. And it's totally wicked. So y'all check this out.
Got our menu, about to order. They even brought the water. I mean, we looked at the menu, and she was just like, let's go.
Oh, really?
Miss J.
Now, why'd you want to leave?
Yes, please. Let me explain myself because she doesn't know. The reason why I wanted to leave was because the prices were a little bit higher than I had remembered, and I didn't want to spend all his money. You know, my mom raised me, you know, your first day, you don't do that to somebody, you know. You really don't take advantage of the situation.
Got our menu, about to order. They even brought the water. I mean, we looked at the menu, and she was just like, let's go.
Oh, really?
Miss J.
Now, why'd you want to leave?
Yes, please. Let me explain myself because she doesn't know. The reason why I wanted to leave was because the prices were a little bit higher than I had remembered, and I didn't want to spend all his money. You know, my mom raised me, you know, your first day, you don't do that to somebody, you know. You really don't take advantage of the situation.
What if I ask for something and he rejects me? I'm going to be humiliated. No, you're not. You're just going to be, you don't get humiliated when he rejects you. That's not your job. Your job is to ask for what you want. And if he doesn't get it, to get it from someone else. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You say, okay, that's okay. I don't know if you were having financial issues or not. I can get it somewhere else. Like, oh, okay, no big deal. You know, it's fine if you're having financial issues. I'll figure out how to get it. Don't worry about it. You know, you don't get embarrassed. You're the woman. You're supposed to ask for things. The worst they can say is no. And then the worst thing you can say is, oh, that's okay. If, you know, if you're not able to do it, you're not able to do it.
The only spell you should have on your man is a binding spell when you first get with him, to bind him to you. So a binding spell with someone you are with and happy with at the time is the best time to do it. Don't wait till it's too late. Don't think you don't need it, because in this age and day in society, I say you do need binding spells.
Just my opinion. I think it's very important to be bound to your significant other, because the society we live in today, there's not that many morals, believe me, okay? So you're going to need some magic on your side. You're going to need help on your side, because the world is not the same place it was 50 years ago. It's not the same place it was 20 years ago, okay? It's changing, and you have to adapt. And there's lots, you know, there's rules and religions and you know, laws, threefold laws put in place. Sorry, y'all, I have a hair in my mouth, gotta get it out. And these were created a while back. You know, these rules were not created in the age of the internet. These rules were not created in the age where you can get on your cell phone and find someone to sleep with in 2 seconds. And these were created a while back. You know, these rules were not created in the age of the internet. These rules were not created in the age where you can get on your cell phone and find someone to sleep with in 2 seconds if you just really want to, okay? So y'all have to step up to the modern age and realize that you do need to bind your husbands, you do need to bind your wives, girlfriends, or whatever to you. It's just an extra security precaution to help you, okay?
You said Christians hate on witchcraft when they do it way more. You don't really even have to call it witchcraft. It's just the worship of saints, or the petitioning of saints. You know, if you're a Catholic, yeah, exactly. if you or any type of Christian that recognizes saints and stuff, or different angels and all that kind of stuff, you're doing the same thing. They're just calling it by different names. So y'all, like, the people that say something is wrong are not fighting over whether it's wrong or right. They're fighting over the names and not the actions. So it's the same thing. So people should just get along and not worry about what the next person is doing, because calling it by a different name is not going to change what it is. So never judge or condemn others for their practices, because they're literally doing the same thing y'all are teaching y'all's kids to do, except they have a more organized and knowledgeable way on how to do it, and different saints or gods and goddesses are allowed to work with. It's the same thing. So whenever you feel like you're wanting to judge someone, remember, you give your kid pen and paper to write Santa a letter, you did the same thing.
So you see, this whole witchcraft thing is huge. This isn't when I was doing my study exposing Islam, behind Islam and Christianity, well, it's Christianity, Islam, and the last I think it was like other religions and atheism, but like witchcraft was very high on that list. There's a lot of people, even in, like I showed you, in Christianity, quote unquote, and Islam, quote unquote, that's really witches. They got the head wraps and everything, or they got the cross, and they totally doing something wicked. Not that we should be even dealing with the cross symbol, but you know what I'm talking about, Israel, right? So Deuteronomy 18:10, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter pass through the fire. This is sacrificing your sons or daughters. This is killing them. This is the abortion thing, the child deletion thing. Yeah, sisters, 1,000 a day, and then want to tell you to focus on the ones that was raped and incest. That's less than 2-3%. There's not 1,000 grapes a day, sisters. Do you feel what I'm saying? They have deceived you. The enemy has deceived you. Passing sons and daughters through the fire. That Cynthia G stuff. And then, bragging, I watch Cynthia G. Like, what? Stay far away from them sisters, man, for real. Or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. These women out here is outspoken witches. One thing I do love about these times that we in is nothing is hidden. As Christ said, it will be whispered behind closed doors. It'll be shouted from the rooftops. The internet is undefeated, as the young folk would say. You can it take a couple clicks for you to find out what's really going on sometimes, and it's in real time. Okay, and this is another thing, dealing with the nations. This is another thing dealing with the nations, that this is why the Most High wanted Israel to stay within Israel. And basically, of course, there were some nations that, he didn't say anything about per se, like the Ethiopians. But there are some nations he said to stay away from. And the reason is, these nations are never going to give up their gods. They're never going to give them up. They're always going to have a special place and a special admiration to their God. And instead of you converting them to believe in the true power of Israel, the King of the universe, and his Messiah that he sent among us, to show us the way, they're going to turn you into following their gods. And I've seen brothers do this. I'm not getting back my brothers, but yeah, I've seen brothers go to other countries, meet a woman, and she worshiping some statue, and now he in front of the statue. Like, nigga. Things which they sacrifice, they do what? They sacrifice to devils and not to the Most High, not to a higher. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils, because you are what you worship, family. So one thing she said that was correct was that stuff about Christmas. Christmas is based on witchcraft. Nimrod and the tree and the evergreen and doing the sex rituals underneath the mistletoe, 53X rituals under the mistletoe. That's all ancient pagan tree worship. That's the hippies out there naked in Woodstock. It's the same thing, family. It's nature worship and it's mixed with the 53X rituals and death. That's what it's all about. That's why he says, those that hate me love death. Christ never dealt with a Christmas tree. That should tell you enough. Even after he died, they never dealt with a Christmas tree or Easter. So just peep game with that. So I want to go now to this next video to show modern dating is actually prostitution, family. No difference.
When are y'all going to admit that y'all are prostitutes? The lifestyle that some of y'all are promoting is literally modern day prostitution. Whether you want to admit it or not, y'all love covering it up with get that bag, only using for what he has, da 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 da. But y'all forget to mention, like, bro, they're not doing this out the kindness of their heart. Y'all are selling that twat. I just recently seen the pictures and the videos of Aoki, 21-year-old woman with a 60-something-year-old man. I don't care how rich the man is. I'm not about to be running around here with my grandfather's age mate. One thing I've learned is to never envy somebody's life on social media, because you never know what they're doing for this money. These girls be posting up these luxury trips, these luxury bags, and black girl luxury or luxury in general. But what are you doing for that money? I don't know about y'all, but laying down with damn near a corpse who has gray pubes and saggy is great.
And I heard a smart comment from a few people. Prostitution ain't nothing new. You know, this is old. It's been around. It's the oldest profession. It absolutely is. But the difference is, like back in Solomon's day when the two women in a brothel were fighting over whose baby it was. And one woman said it was her baby and the other woman said it was hers. And Solomon, that's when he was praised for his wisdom, because he said, okay, let's cut the baby in half, give you one half, give her the other half. And the real mother was like, no, just let her have it, because she'd rather see the child live than be split up, literally. And he said, there's the mother, right? They were women of a brothel, but they were living in their own respective area of town. They weren't everywhere. Family, it's everywhere now. It used to be a place like Backpage, or you knew you can go to this strip club and ask for Lil J and he would take you down to the basement. And it used to be like a secretive thing. And now all you gotta do is download an app, a dating app. And girls that had a price on it, you got the OF, you got all this crazy. It's right there. It's not like it was back in. That's the difference. It's not that it hasn't been around, it's that it's common. You know where else it was common? Sodom and Gomorrah, family. That's where it was common. It wasn't just the LGBTQP thing. It was also the heterosexual ritual stuff too. It was common. Prostitution, it was common. So let's get to it. Jeremiah 22:22. The wind shall eat up all thy pastors. Listen to this. The wind shall eat up all thy pastors, and thy lovers shall go into captivity. Surely then shalt thou be ashamed and confounded for all thy wickedness. This is what happens, family. Those winds he's talking about. The winds is the winds of diversity. These pastors is not giving you meat or even good milk. They're giving you fluff. They're giving you sweets. They're giving you Babylon's wine. So when that wind comes, you swooning in it. And those lovers that you sisters get, oh, the man this and the man that. You're so worried about what a man is saying. You need to look at what a man is doing. These Negroes, these Derek Jackson got caught cheating on his wife. He getting more views than anybody. He getting 30,000 views a video in a day. Who's watching them? It's not men. It's not men. But it says, surely then thou shalt be ashamed and confounded for all thy wickedness. And this is what I'll be saying. Don't wait until that time. You can get right so you won't be ashamed. But this is what it did. It plays upon your emotions, your heart. That whole lovers thing is playing up these movies, these reality shows, these things that they're throwing at you, sisters. The brothers ain't watching them. And it's really to your own detriment. But it's showing these winds of adversity, and it's showing them handled the wrong way. The women of yesteryear, it's like I sometimes cringe when I hear women of the day talking about like our grandmas and our foremothers. They will be rolling in their graves if they could see what was going on now. The stuff that they fought for, they didn't fight for you to be out here doing this. I'm talking about as a whole. They didn't fight for you to be twerking in restaurants. They didn't fight for that. They didn't fight for you to have sloot walks or flute walks. They didn't fight for that. They didn't fight for you to come out here and have 3 and 4 husbands and be on some show. Like I always say, that woman's pH balance will never be the same. That is some nasty. That and them dudes doing that. Gone, man. Get gone, bro. So let's get it, man. Matthew 7:25. And the rain descended, and the floods came. Remember the flood. We're going to talk about that at the end. And the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. The wind, the storm, the floods, sisters, they gonna come, brothers. They are going to come. Adversity is going to come. I don't preach no you walking on rainbows and Skittles and everybody that smiles at you is a friend. I don't preach that. You can go to Joel Osteen if you want somebody to smile at you. Or TD Jakes if you want somebody to you know what I'm saying, sit up here and stroke your ego. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell you it's adversity out here. He tells you to have a shield, to have a helmet of salvation, to have a breastplate, because you're at war. And you got to move accordingly. The enemy is very subtle. He's very subtle. He'll make you think that something right when it ain't. He'll make it look good. Didn't the fruit look good to Eve, sisters? The fruit looked good to Eve. But you can get through that adversity if you're founded upon a rock. That rock is Yasha, Christ. You understand what I'm saying? Revelation 7:1, talking about those winds again. And after all these things, I saw the 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor the sea, nor on any tree. There's a verse where they let go and let those winds blow. Destruction is coming. Don't you see it? That's my thing I can't get with people, is that you don't see that. You think this is cool out here. You think this is cool. You think a sister having 5 kids by 4 dads and then looking for a well-to-do brother to take care of you, that's normal. Is that what you would want for your daughter? That's why I cut to the chase. Would you want that for your daughter? Would you tell your daughter to start an OnlyFools account? Would you tell your daughter to get flued out? I mean, but this is what it's going to. You think the youth wasn't watching the generation before and seeing how they let them slip and let things slip? This is why it gets worse with the generational curses as they proceed. That's why somebody got to step in and stop it. And people, well, anybody can break it in generations. It's like y'all so-called believers really piss me off with it. Y'all argue about anything. If it was so easy, we wouldn't be in the state we in now. Look at us as black. Like I told the brothers, sisters, you are in the lowest position you have been next to slavery.
I'm Janae. I'm 34.
Hello, Janae.
Janae, what do you do?
I'm in school for fashion design. I'm an office assistant, and I'm a new entrepreneur. Just about to launch my fitness clothing line called WeFit.
Okay, and why did you end up popping your balloon for Brian?
Hey, Brian. I love the way you speak, but for me, it was the pants. I don't like the pants too tight. I'm kind of ghetto, too, so I like them a little loose, and that was just it for me.
Okay. How old are you?
34.
You're 34?
Mhm.
How many kids you got?
I got 3.
You got 3?
Yep.
How many baby daddies?
I have 3.
You got 3 baby daddies.
I
Okay.
should have said 0,
Mm.
because it's just me.
You gonna lie to the public?
No, I have 3, but it's just me. I'm a single parent. There's no man in my life.
No man in your life? Why is the
my
reason
boys.
for there no man in your life?
Well, my first child, his father passed away, and the other 2 are nowhere to be found. So, what can you do?
They do you like that? What's wrong with them?
Something. Only God knows.
Or is there something wrong with you?
Possibly, but I think I'm just fine.
Oh, by the way, my name is Astra.
My name is Dashiki. That's Swahili for doggy style.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Those are my kids.
Hello, everybody.
Now, children, what do you say when you meet a nice man?
Are you my daddy?
I've never seen a day, and I'm an older, guess you would call it millennial. I grew up, I never seen booty shorts were like shorts that came up too high above the knee. Booty shorts today are booty shorts literally showing the bottom of the butt cheeks. Women didn't walk outside when I was coming up in bonnets. I never seen that or pajama pants and stuff like that, and t-shirts and dirty t-shirts, and then out here want to flex. They weren't walking around here with lime green hair like that. That wasn't something they did. For the most part, most of them was natural. I'm talking about 90s women. You know, you think of like Aaliyah and Selena and K. Michelle before she started doing all this skin lighting and stuff, and Beyonce first started doing how they used to look when they was Destiny's Child, man. I'm talking about them days. Them days is done. They look like trans. And this is supposed to be cool. Like, you are being used on so many levels, sisters. Like, they pump you up to be the crash dummy. They make you think this stuff is cool, and these ain't nothing but winds of adversity. So speaking of that, let me jump into this video here about the LGBTQ and how it's connected to the feminism. Y'all check this out.
This is what happens whenever you ask a transgender activist to explain even the basic premise of the movement, is they'll immediately say, well, who cares? Why are you so obsessed with this? I'm not obsessed with this. I'm not the one who started sending men into the women's bathroom and taking away their trophies and castrating kids. I'm perfectly happy with the way things have worked for thousands of years. It is the transgender activists who are trying to upend everything. And so I think it is at least my right to ask the question, okay, what is the premise of your movement? But they always deflect from that. They always withdraw from the debate. They always try to change the subject because there is no answer. So you ask me, well, what's the purpose of, why do you even care? What's the purpose of knowing someone's biological sex? Well, for starters, because we have civil rights specifically for women in the United States. We have special bathrooms for women. We have special sports leagues for women. We have all sorts of special places and rights and privileges and that are for women that are not for men. So if now some men, people who at the very least appear to be men, are claiming a right to go into those women's bathrooms, then we either have to abolish all of the special rights and privileges that have existed for women for all of human history and are enshrined in our law, or they need to explain to me how those men are actually women. And they can't do the latter, and I'm not willing to do the former, and I don't think women across this country are willing to do the former, even if a few people have been so ideologically blinded that they would give into this kind of an absurdity.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Cis men don't menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body
if you are-
menstruated at
If
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and
They're
non-binary? We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of
They're
people here
women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely
They
different
are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
Sex is what you're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept
things.
that distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
She gets up and she says, Patrick, this is very hard for me to say this. And let me tell you why it's very hard. I said, what's that? She says, ever since in high school, I wanted to prove to men that I can beat them. So when I graduated high school and college, I opened up my salon. We do very well. I've made millions of dollars. My people and my work that work at the salon, they do very well for themselves. I drive a nice car. I have a nice house. I have money. I have millions. I don't worry about any of that stuff. You know what decision I made last night? I said, what's that? She says, I want a husband. I no longer want to compete with men. I need them. And I'm like, what? She's saying this in front of 2,000 people with her sister sitting right next to her. Wow. And now she's getting emotional. How many 65-year-old women do we have to hear saying that I marched with the feminist movement and I bought into the fact that men are the enemy? I've never been married. I'm alone and I'm miserable and I wish I would have never bought into that philosophy.
So you see, they use you to push their agenda. They don't, and if they do use a black male, they use a zesty one. But shoot, I done heard many a sister say, believer and all, Christian and all, that their best friend is a broke wrist. His wrist is broke. His back is jelly. And they think that stuff is cool. You're pushing an abomination. They got you to be the face of that. Not black men. They got you to be the face of that. This is something that you're gonna have to look at. We're gonna get more into it though, because I got this next section gonna set the city on fire. But 1 Timothy 2:14, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Eve was fooled first. When they gave her the fruit, or when the enemy presented the fruit to her, it didn't look bad. When that brother you trying to get, he don't look bad. That job you trying to get, it don't look bad. But what does it take from you? These jobs and corporations. Did you hear about that sister that died at Wells Fargo? I'm trying to speak to your soul right now. Did you see that sister that died? They didn't even know she was in there for 3-4 days. I think she died over Labor Day weekend.
Office has some asking why it took so long to find the body. Police in Tempe, Arizona say a bank employee went to work on Friday morning but never came back home. Officers say they were not called to that office until 4 days later, and that's when they found the 60-year-old woman's body. Some employees who wanted to stay anonymous say that several people did notice a bad odor, but they thought it was just a faulty plumbing issue.
Body was there about 4 days before anybody found it, before anybody walked up to her just to say hi, make sure she's okay. She was just laying on her desk.
Wow. Well, Wells Fargo spokesperson says they are providing counselors to the employees at that Tempe office to support them. Staff, though, has questioned why security teams didn't find that woman sooner. And Tempe police say they do not suspect any foul play here, but they are working with the Maricopa County medical examiner to figure out how she died.
These jobs don't give a damn about you, man. Nah, I'm not saying don't go get your paper, get your bread. But what's more important? Your money or your family? Your money or your husband? Your money or your children? I mean money, by replace that with job. That was more important. See, the first wave, they just wanted to earn as much as a man for doing doing the same job as a man. Can't argue with that. Doing the same job, I'm not gonna knock that. But the whole premise was you wanted to get what you deserve, what you work for. Well, what you deserve once you work for, once you got to that. It wasn't about special treatment. It wasn't about hating family structure, but that's what it's degraded into. That's where it is now. And they made it look at something fabulous. To go work for the very corporation that literally, I mean, the forefathers of these corporations, don't you know that they owned the plantations? Didn't I show you the 25 companies that were made from slavery? All this is connected. It's just to get you back into a form of slavery. Now you're slaving for the corporations. You're in debt. You're unhappy. You're unwed. You're uncovered. They wanted to get you here. Don't let the enemy rejoice over you. You can turn this around. You got to be rooted on that rock that is Christ. Christ, like it, when he talked to the woman at the well, and he was talking about, oh, you have husbands, 4 or 5 husbands. People want to point that these sisters ain't even having husbands no more. Don't y'all see that? A man can get a baby out of you, move on. You give another man a baby, like that's the greatest. That's one of the greatest gifts you can ever give. That, if not the greatest. And they got you doing it to get on government assistance, Section 8, and then flexing, doing Section 8 tours. That's not a low point to y'all. And everybody sees this, except for you. I need you to see it. Everybody sees this. It should be embarrassing, man. The glory and shame. So let's get to it. I want to show with how we still under these curses. Why? Because they're being perpetuated by us. And by sisters, I'm speaking to you. It's being perpetuated. Y'all check this out.
Hey, did y'all know that leggings can make you sick? They can even cause the C word. It's a number of sports apparels like bras, shirts, leggings brands that got high levels of toxic chemicals. The chemical group is called PFAS, also known as forever chemicals, because you can't get rid of it in the air, the soil, water, your body, nothing, for a long period of time. This say 1,000 years. Damn, ain't no way. And it can cause cancer, hormone disruption, thyroid problems, liver, abnormal fetal development. And it's in a clothes so it could be water resistant, stain resistant, and all that. So if you see that, watch out. And it's most common in synthetic fabrics. And the chemicals can absorb in your skin. And popular brands like Lululemon and Old Navy mostly have it in their leggings, yoga pants, the sportswear, allegedly. Then you got brands like Levi's and Victoria's Secrets that's removed the chemicals. And Ralph Lauren and Patternography plan to do it. And these are the same chemicals that's banned in Europe and other countries. Again, if you see stained, water resistant, anything like that, then there's a good chance that that's in it. Anything that says PFAS free is your best bet. But you grown and don't be fearful. What's your thoughts on this? Comment that now. Love.
It's pretty devastating. The doctor was really nice. I pretty much cried in the office for about an hour or so.
About 6 months ago, the doctor told this 27-year-old woman she has genital herpes. She's not alone. About half of African American women have the sexually transmitted disease. There is medication to suppress flare-ups of herpes, but no cure. She wants to remain anonymous because she worries her health, sexuality, and her chance for love are irreparably damaged.
It's something that would happen maybe a couple of times a year, yes, but I mean, with just the slightest touch, I can always give it to somebody else.
It increases your risk of acquiring HIV by 2 to 3-fold. So we're worried about it because if you actually acquire the HSV2 virus, then you are more susceptible or more likely then to acquire the HIV virus.
Dr. LaShawn Taylor led a recent CDC study indicating that 1 in 6 Americans between the ages of 14 and 49 are infected with herpes. The symptoms could be redness in the genital area, blisters, pain, or just soreness. Still, many people don't show any signs of this lifelong and incurable infection. That creates dangerous consequences for African American women. Experts say the stigma associated with having an STD hinders efforts to combat the infection.
It's psychological and social. Some, as I said, make the moral decision to not disclose, and others decide the best thing to do is to be honest, and they do, and they take their chances.
The CDC has an ongoing effort to increase awareness and lower the genital herpes infection rate. Still, this young woman wants the movement to work harder. Lila Ibrahim, The Associated Press.
So you see here with the leggings and the feminine hygiene, like, there's a reason, and I used to, at one point when I was studying the law, I had like a little form, and I would look at what the Most High said and look at, what's going on now. And I used to wonder, he used to say, don't mix your seed in the field. When you're growing this, you need to grow this. When you're growing that, you need to grow that. What do we have now? GMOs. We got GMOs. So when I looked at it, like the whole nylon and mixing different fabrics and doing this, they use chemicals, family, to prolong the life of whatever fabric that they made, and then they're mixing it. So that's what happens when you wearing that and it's tight and it's on you. Come on now. I mean, put 2 and 2 together. And then the other thing, 50% got the herb dirt. So they gave you the free sex movement in the 60s. And that's when the clap was going around. They would get a little shot, get a little pill, and they'd be done, right? It was all good. And I've heard them talk about this. Judge O'Brien has talked about this, about when they said birth control was like the thing that really set it off. The 60s is when it all lost control. Why do you think they killed Martin and Malcolm X, man? So now they revamped it as calling it the hookup culture. They told you sisters that doing that, being with A, B, and C, Tom, Dick, and Harry is somehow you being empowered. You playing these men like they playing you. It ain't the same. Yeah, call it a double standard. It is what it is. It's not the same. It's not the same for you. You connect with intimacy differently than the man. Not that a man should be out there doing that, but I'm not talking to the man, I'm talking to you. I already got on the men. And look at where it's got you. 50% of the hurt. And it says on the CDC, one of them things said 2/3. So for you brothers and sisters, if that don't make you not want to lay around with randoms, hey, hey, you be out there with the itchy scratch. With that fighting that battle, I'm good. I'm telling you, like, respect your temple, man. Let's get back to this verse. Deuteronomy 28 and 60. Think we not under these curses? For my Christians out there, let's read this. Moreover, he will bring upon thee the diseases of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. What you mean, G? The diseases of Egypt. Well, in Egypt has sexual diseases. Y'all didn't know about that, huh? Yeah, Egypt, them bodies, them pharaohs and stuff, when they were doing the excavations and digging that stuff up, they had diseases. They had sexual diseases, family. What was Egypt about? They had women wearing makeup and walking around naked. That was one of their practices. I went over that in the lessons past, but what are women doing now? Wearing a bunch of makeup, walking around naked. Weren't we slaves in Egypt? Weren't we slaves here? History is repeating itself because you haven't listened. See, this Israelite thing, this isn't a denomination of Christianity. This is the scripture. And you still under the curses because you haven't returned to the Most High. You got to be under submission to the Father before you can even think about being in submission to a man. And with this movement of the ephemism, you don't even want to be in submission. So you already out of order. You already out of order. And look what it says here. Isaiah 3 and 24. For those that think it's cool to sit under a woman pastor that's preaching over a congregation of men and women. Now, the women were supposed to preach to the women. You got women in men's spaces trying to tell what a real man is and a real man is. But when you see these women walking around pregnant, when you see all these things going on, when you see these women shooting each other in the head, when you see these girls fighting in the streets and you know, ripping bras and draws, dang near naked, there's no talk about that. There's no talk, but they could jump on the men's panel and be in men's spaces, but have nothing to say about teenage pregnancy, have nothing to say about baby deletions being our #1 killer. I got a problem with that. See, because back then, once upon a time, even in early America, the women would check the women. Oh yeah, the women would check the women. So the man wouldn't even have to get involved in that. And if he did, he really wouldn't have a space to, because the older women would already be there. So Isaiah 3 and 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors. Do you see how they letting kids run the house? They're letting kids, like the way kids talk. I'm not talking about just talk, because, I ain't gonna lie, like I said, I ain't, get out with your friend. We used to cuss up a storm. We can cuss better than Bernie Mac. Rest in peace to him. But we was on that time once upon a time. But we wouldn't bring that home. Oh no, we wouldn't bring that home. Not to auntie, grandma, mama, dad, none of that. I hear these kids talking to their parents in the store. Man, listen, man. They running the house. I done seen parents get on live. Hey, yeah, I'm on live. What's going down? Kid in the background acting an ass.
Cero acierto. Cero acierto. Un acierto. Un acierto.
El verde estaba aquí y el naranja estaba aquí. Así.
Cero acierto.
Bien. No lo regreses.
Un acierto.
Es el verde que va aquí. El naranja es el que va aquí. El naranja déjalo ahí.
Cero acierto.
No muevas eso.
Un acierto. Cero acierto.
Bien.
2 aciertos.
El rosa, el fucsia. El fucsia va aquí. A ver ahí.
Un acierto.
Bien. Estos dos déjalos aquí. Uno. El verde. No me...
2 aciertos.
No, Ramón, deja el naranja aquí porque el naranja va aquí.
Un acierto.
El naranja. Déjalo aquí, no lo muevas. Sí, el naranja va aquí. Y el fucsia también, déjalo ahí. Esto no lo muevas, mueves de aquí para allá.
0 acierto.
Viste que no sabe.
0 acierto.
Bien.
Un acierto.
El rojo es el otro que... El rojo va aquí.
0 acierto.
Bien. Vamos bien. Bien. Sí, porque estoy haciendo un descartamiento.
Un acierto.
Un acierto quiere decir que es el fucsia. Ahí.
0 acierto.
El fucsia.
Un acierto.
El azul. El fucsia va aquí. Escucha, un acierto.
Un acierto.
El fucsia. No me muevas el fucsia. Y aquí es el rojo. No me muevas ni el fucsia ni el naranja. Eso si tú quieres mueve, pero el fucsia y el naranja son aciertos. Pero no, esto no me va. Uno. Esto no me lo muevas. No me lo.
3 aciertos.
Este y el rojo. El fucsia, el naranja y el rojo aquí.
0 acierto.
We gotta keep it 1,000, Israel. Children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they that lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy path. This is what I'm talking about. When has it ever been a good thing for a woman to rule over a man? Was that the order that the Most High put into place? And I'm not talking about when you're married and your husband fall on hard times and you gotta be his helpmeet. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he's saying right here. And women rule over them. Like I said before, I'll say 1,000 times again. I never seen a sister that was that strong, independent type that had a man and she ran that stuff, that ran the house, ran everything. I never seen her happy. She may have been successful, but she was never happy. Because she couldn't rest. Because she got, this man ain't going to work. This man, he losing his job. She holding it down. She ruling over him. He like another son. But hey, if you like it, I love it. Let's get to the next section. We're going to talk about these politics. Where we at? All right, look. As I get into these politics, you see I have it up here. G Militian, myself, Hebrew Tribes Channel, HTC, and any of the people that I affiliate with, we do not identify, condone, cape for, or sponsor any political party or candidate. We aren't with the blue team. We aren't with the red team. You know who team we with? A highest team. Yasha and the scriptures, the apostles, the prophets, and our forefathers that walk righteously. That's who we are focused on. We're not focused on any party or party affiliate. So please watch this until the end, and you will see why we are not a part of any of these things, especially myself. So before I get into any of the videos, because I'm going to be roasting both sides, just to let you know. I'm going to be roasting both sides because both sides are trash. And I don't understand why people can't see that. But I love this medium of YouTube, if there's a better word for it, because this is what really shows the visuals. I can do posts, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I started off wanting to write a book, but I feel like this is the best, or one of the best venues I can use, along with Rumble and the others, to really show the visual of what I'm talking about, give you guys the truth. So you black voters, the thing about it is, I told this to a good friend, if we looked at both parties like most of us look at the Republican Party only, we would be in a lot better position, because I was going to save this to the end, but I'm going to throw it out here. When you look at the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, really the Democratic and the Republican Party, it's good cop and bad cop. They both want to send you to jail. The good cop is going to come talking to you nice. Hey, buddy, I know it's hard out here. Hey, sometimes you get caught up. You know, sometimes things happen. And, you know, you look up and there's a gun in your hand and just you fear for your life, right? Yeah, I kind of did. And then you done told him you done shot 3 people, man. You going to jail, bro. You know, and then the Republican is all right, I'm tired of this. You were there. We got you on camera. That's the only difference. They both have the same goal for you. Now, I need you to understand that. I need you to really grasp that as I move forward here. You got to question both sides if you're going to question them. Because the thing about it is, I'm not telling you to question them so you could join the side. I'm telling you to question them so you can see the truth and what they're really doing, what their real agenda is. Their real agenda is never to lift you up. So there's going to be a time when we leave here with great substance down the line. But I'm telling you, though, right now, I'm going to show you. So you see that I'm going to show this video here of Kamala and her LGBTQP agenda. Y'all check this out.
I'm allowed to criticize Taylor Swift, and I don't give a who gets upset. This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walz, she can do it all she wants. But to say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ, F you, Taylor Swift, and F all of the people who want to see these children have body parts chopped off and watch them sterilized under the age of consent, and then will ride off to their multi-gazillion-dollar mansions, never to think of them again.
I feel the passion. And I
just want to speak to the people in the Christian community. As a Christian, I'm actually very disappointed in some of their point of views, including the abortion rights. Tell people, I've heard a couple of conversations, people saying that a man can't tell me what I need to do with my body. But as a Christian, I just feel like, how can you agree with something or someone who says, when the Lord had already said, do not murder? So how can you agree with somebody who said, yeah, let's go ahead and abort, even when they have came out the womb? You know what I'm saying? And then the lady back there who said, Kara, was that your name? Who said, how can we agree with someone who said, grab people by the vagina? Well, as a Christian, I'm agreeing with Trump, and I don't identify with necessarily either party, but this year I am Team Trump because of his policies. Most of the ones, when I go by line, they agree with Jesus' principles that's laid out in the Bible.
So the thing about it is, you know, you caping for these people, you caping for their policies. So just keep that in your back pocket, because we're going to pull that out at the end. And trust me, I'm going to get on the other side too. But I want to, ladies first, okay? Ladies first on this one. So Jubilees 25-7. And he told them of the judgment of the giants and the judgment of the sodomites, how they had been judged on account of their wickedness and had died on account of their fornication, their uncleanliness, and their mutual corruption through fornication. What you think that going to the other side is? I get so tired of hearing you so-called believers saying it is what it is, giving shout outs to this stuff. And in the same breath say, you know, I praise the Most High. You look insane. You look absolutely insane. And guard yourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and from all pollution of sin, lest ye make our name a curse and your whole life a hissing. It's why people look at you crazy. They hiss, man. They don't take you seriously. Family, they don't take you seriously. This is that whole woman rule over a man. If a man has beef, if there's a fight and he sends his wife out, unless he's incapacitated, sick, or something like that, how you gonna look at that man? So just imagine if there's a war or something. Just the same way you would look at a man that's effeminate. Now, I'm not saying a feminine man could strike you, but his manhood, though, that's always going to be that red herring. It's an abomination, family. I don't care how much they push it as it's normal, how much they push it on our kids' cartoons, how much they try to push it with this drag reading hour. It is an abomination. It always has been. It always will be. No candidate, if you truly believe, you should be caping for if this is what they're pushing. Let's keep reading. And all of your sons to be destroyed by the sword, and you become a curse like Sodom, and all your remnant as the sons of Gomorrah. I implore you, my sons, love the God of heaven and cleave ye to all his commandments, and walk not after their idols and after their uncleanness. This is what you're doing when you're caping for the blue tide, because they push that mess. Oh, they don't? Who legalized gay marriage, family? And you still got black people to this day, when I post about him or when I speak on him, want to treat me like I'm the pariah. I thought you were a believer. You're going to have to make a choice. If you believe the Most High or your favorite candidate, I'm going to put it in your lap. You don't have to, don't write me. Look, people be sending me threats in Hebrew tribes. I don't even answer them. You just talking to yourself. If you really want to talk to me, you really want to, you going to have to watch a video and comment. I'm not finna be arguing with you niggas in the comment section. I'm telling you 1,000%. Let's get to Matthew 10 and 15. And and whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust off your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. This is Christ. This is Yasha. This is Yeshua speaking. He says, for the city, our town, our place, our person that does not hear this gospel, hear the word of the Most High, the gospel being the good news, you don't want to hear it? He says, shake the dust off your feet. That means don't deal with them. Let them be. And that's why I'm here for you brothers that's believers, sisters that's believers. Let them be. See, we had a problem with cutting off unrighteousness. Now, once they come around, yeah, I'm not going to have my kids around no foolishness. I'm not going to have myself around no foolishness. You dig what I'm saying? He says it's going to be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah. Go read Genesis 19. See what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. He said they had a better judgment than the people that don't listen to this gospel. They had a better judgment. This is Christ. So wave all your rainbow flags all you want. Let's keep it moving.
Rumor that Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece, you know, this has been something that you often hear, but Barack Obama is decades old, right? Obama wears an earpiece, Joe Biden wore an earpiece, you know, and you don't really think much of it. But now the company that has apparently, that allegedly created the earpiece that Kamala Harris allegedly wore, well, they've come out and been like, hey, that looks just like our earpiece, and we'll make one for Trump. Huh? And now Trump campaign spokesperson and senior advisor is, well, amplifying that.
Kamala did not convince me to vote for her tonight.
Miss Mama, at what point you gonna put us first? We done watched you, witnessed you put everybody else but us first. And using our taxpayer dollars, our money to put everybody else first. So at what point do we get put first? We gotta vote you in, and then on day one, you gonna put us first. Instead of showing us you gonna put us first right now, but we gotta vote for you first for you to put us first. That don't sound like even trade to me, Mala.
I don't know why y'all keep saying Kamala Harris ate him up. She won the debate. No, she didn't, because 30% of voters say they don't know anything about Kamala Harris or her stances. And guess what? They still don't, because those moderators did a horrible job asking her the right questions and giving her pushback on all her stances. And yes, Donald Trump could have done a better job on pushing her on all her beliefs too, but, you know, he didn't know he had to debate 3 people. So go figure.
Dear Kamala Harris, you lying doghead. Hold up, let me unfold this. You opened up that border to let them Venezuelans in here to take over our apartments. You gave them food stamps, cash, and promised them more housing. All for a vote that you still ain't gonna get. You couldn't get through 10 minutes of the debate without that stupid laugh.
She's not telling the whole story. She brings up the C word, the pandemic. She brings that up, knowing that's not his fault. He didn't start it. Matter of fact, I was in Europe the November before, and it was actually in Europe where I was at the time. It's really sad that Americans, I see my friends on TikTok on Facebook who are like, oh my God, she's cooking him. Oh my God, she's like doing amazing. She's lying in her amazingness. And let me tell you, you guys are stupid enough to believe her. All you got to do is a little bit of fact checking, but no, that's not what you're going to do. You're going to automatically call him a lie because the media and them have helped you believe that he was a lie. You ain't going to fact check it. You ain't going to look. You're not going to look. But are you noticing that all she keeps leaning on is this is why I'm going to be better because I don't incite the things that he do and I'm bringing us together. Baby, that is not giving me whole policies. What are you going to do? What are you able to do? Because everything that you're able to do as a VP, which also means you hold the most important seat in the Senate, you can do as president. As a matter of fact, the truth is you got a little bit more power now with the seat in Senate you have. And you're not under the telescope, the light like the president is, and yet you're not doing anything. I just cannot believe this debate. It is so hard to watch.
So that debate was a bunch of BS. I mean, was this a debate between Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, or a debate between Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris versus the moderators? Because the moderators were literally debating Trump and even fact-checking him. They were like, Trump, it says right here, like, that's not correct. We got a piece of paper from a manager that says, like, that's not correct.
Half a century ago, Dr. Warren Hearn worked at Colorado's very first abortion clinic. A controversial practice then and now, with the Supreme Court overturning their landmark 1973 decision, Roe v. Wade. A handful of doctors in the U.S. who perform late-term abortions. He's one of a handful of doctors in the U.S. who perform late-term abortions. Of a handful of doctors in the U.S. who perform late-term abortions.
That happened. I appreciated that fact. I did not appreciate how she was laughing about the situation going on in Ohio. It made it seem as if it was debunked because it has not been debunked.
Years old, and I'm a social media influencer, and I just be on TikTok and stuff. I do YouTube. I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun because I see what's going on in these streets, and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits, and I'm getting out here every day, and I'm broadcasting this, and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into They flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there from the school, and a Haitian almost ran into them. And who is getting paid? Like, how much money is y'all really getting paid, like, to bring them over here?
There's plans to close an apartment complex that houses a large population of new immigrants. And they're closing it because of code violations. Some believe, though, there's more to the story. They say it involves a South American gang. Denver 7's Brandon Richards shows us how city officials are responding to those accusations.
Well, if you've been on social media here in the last couple of weeks, you may have seen a lot of information being shared about a Venezuelan gang that people say is causing all kinds of problems in Aurora. Well, this morning we learned APD has set up a task force to look into those allegations. The city of Aurora says it's closing this apartment complex near Colfax and Peoria due to a long list of code violations going back years.
We are not buying this.
Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky and some of her colleagues believe there's more to the story.
We believe that, yes, there are code violations, but this started because of a gang takeover. That's what we believe.
The company that manages the site says the same thing, that a gang from Venezuela had taken over the property, making it too dangerous for their staff to be there. Aurora police have not said whether those claims are true, but say they are investigating.
All right, everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We'll take a look at this really disturbing video. It has been making the rounds, going viral. This is out in Aurora, Colorado, and it's one that is making headlines, of course, all over the country, where the mayor of Aurora says Venezuelan gangs are overrunning apartment buildings there as part of an organized criminal effort. Local police have called the incidents isolated, but surveillance video from at least one of the complexes is very startling, as you can.
And border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook.
That voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
Well, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
What did you just say?
Okay.
I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
That is not what was asked.
Economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people.
So you see with this propaganda, y'all, like, and just to be honest, she isn't the first one to wear an earpiece. I believe Biden wore one, presidents before him have wore one. But the thing about it is, it was speculation. Like now, again, things that were whispered behind closed doors are being screamed from the rooftops. You can't not see this. These people is not scared to lie to you, and they got the media in their pocket. Malcolm X had a quote, and I'm going to be talking about him as I talk about this left side, this blue side. And I also did a video on this. I'm going to have in the description box of the different ideologies, from socialism to communism to radicalism to what's the anarchy, where I break it down how all these things lead to destruction and of a society in a nutshell. So again, I'm not caping for either side, but one thing that he said was that you got to be careful reading the newspapers, because they'll make the good people look bad and the bad people look good. It's very easy. Just like in that movie that I did a video on, Enemy of the State, with Will Smith, you know, before the whole Jada thing. That was one of my favorite movies. And it's like, he's so busy celebrating these fake holidays. He was rich and well off, not spiritually sound, not mentally understanding the system that's out there. There are agencies and things out there. There's a reason why my page gets attacked. There's a reason why I'm blacklisted on every social media app that I'm on. There's a reason, family. So let me keep it moving. But this is what they're doing. They're making one side look very, very good, because both sides are, I'm gonna show you, they both caping for the J3W15H. They both caping for the people over there that ain't the people. They both caping for them people. Okay? And we already know what that's about. Again, it's going to turn into an NWO. I've been talking about this for 10 years. It's going to go down to that, but they usually have one candidate that's a better fit for them to get there quicker, and she's that candidate. Let me read. And it's easier through the mouth of a woman. I'm telling y'all, it's easier. Men have failed listening to a sister. You dig what I'm saying? And sisters, y'all got this sisterhood thing to where it's both good, but it's used for evil. It's good that y'all have a sisterhood. Y'all stand up for each other. I kind of applaud that to a certain degree, because at the same time, when a sister's lying to you, if she's able to manipulate her words or manipulate your emotions, you fall for it. This is why sisters could lie about being great, lie about being assaulted, and women that have been will rally behind her, and she'll ruin some man's life, then it'll come out that she's lying. And then you wonder why when the next woman says, hey, this happened to me, people don't believe her. This happens. This is what happened with the DJ Academics lady. Nobody believed her at first, but at some point the proof came out. But back in the day, she would have been believed off the rip. But you could thank the liars for that. Speaking of liars, let's talk back to commandment here. Proverbs 2:16. To deliver thee from the strange woman, even the stranger which flattereth with her words. She's a stranger, Israel. She's not black. She is Indian. Her dad is Indian and Irish. Her mom is Indian. Just because they moved to Jamaica, or as she said, visited, it don't matter if they live there. There's white folk, so-called white folk in South Africa claiming that they're African. Do you understand how nationality works? If I move to China and I meet a woman and we have a child, that child is Chinese. I can say that I'm now Chinese. My bloodline is Chinese, but they're going to be looked at as black because they are what their father is. It's like if an Asian was to move to Africa, the Asians out there in Africa, they call themselves African. Like, that's your nationality. That's where you're from, but that's not your race or ethnicity. There's a difference. But I can talk about that all day, but she's not black. Proverbs 6:23 and 24. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is a light, and the reproofs of instruction are the way of life, to keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. When she's coming up talking about joy and hope, and she's doing a sisterhood thing, and she's doing a sister girl talk, she's doing that in order to sway you. She doesn't care about you. Has she said anything about the lady Sonya that was killed? The other side doesn't say anything either, sisters. Does that not show you these people will do and say what they want for your vote? We should have learned from Obama. He was a great speaker.
Sentenced. She wanted to be present for a celebration of a conviction.
That's what it felt like, a celebration?
A celebration, that's what it felt like. The reactions I get when I tell people my story is, they say it's the worst nightmare. You know, it's the closest thing to dying.
I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work, and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power.
I know, this baby was just crying and there ain't nobody in this house. Door is wide open. I don't know what's going on, man. This is sad. Nobody in there. They just, this house is wide open with these two little kids wandering around.
Yeah, the house looks trash.
It looked like somebody was moving out and they just left their kids. This is crazy. He just came. I just reached for it. He just came.
615-6300.
Anybody know who these children are?
Thank you.
You know where their parents are? Well, we called them the police, so if you know who these children are, y'all need to get here ASAP.
He's home time. Come here. Hi, Papa.
Hey, anybody know this house? Anybody familiar with this house right here? Anybody familiar with this house? This is the house the little kids are at. No parents, no one. If they are in there, there's no response. And I'm not going in that house. But I went and grabbed that little kid out the garage because he was yelling and screaming. This is crazy. It looked like they was moving out and stuff all over the place. The little baby was right there in that thing right there. I just went and grabbed him. He was, cause make sure nothing was wrong with him. The baby was laying in there yelling, and I can hear him all the way from my house, like across the alley, about 2 or 3 houses down, screaming, just screaming, till I picked him up.
I looked at her policy when she was Attorney General. What makes you think she's gonna be any different from that to now? When nigga, her whole policy was locking up black men. And she married to a white man. Her children aren't fully black. So how can you understand the plight of a black woman when your mother's not black? How can you have love for us and you wasn't raised with us? The only reason she knows us is because she studied us from an Indian perspective. That's how she learned about our civil rights. And she went on to later to go to Howard University to engage in black behavior, but she went there because she was a minority that can get into this college with the Indian heritage. Y'all think Obama was black? Because they gave y'all a skin color. Just like this Indian woman whose daddy's Jamaican, who daddy left them when she was a baby. She's Indian. So your mind said, I think, therefore I am. So whatever you think, that's what you are.
As well as all the shills pushing the What You N-Words Need to Know Kamala Harris post. Yeah, for those who don't know, after she was endorsed by Biden and she started getting backlash, this is how Kamala Harris fought black people. She had her shills put out this post on social media, all of them from Jamel Hill to Charlemagne the God. Now, they don't talk to any other voter block like this, but they thought this was the best way to communicate with black people.
I intend to fight for Black Lives Matters. I intend to fight.
If Black Lives matter to her, why didn't I matter?
I don't agree what Kamala Harris did to my mom. And I don't agree with what she's done to other parents as well.
My message to all Americans, especially Black Americans, do not trust Kamala Harris.
I'm so proud of you right now. Because you walked all the way down here and I wasn't expecting you to walk.
My daughter, Shayla, suffers from sickle cell anemia, a chronic, painful genetic disease.
As a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick.
It's a very sharp stabbing pain and it hurts a whole lot.
Black
all the way down, it hurts, including my side.
So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
When Kamala Harris was the California Attorney General, she had me arrested and prosecuted because my handicapped daughter was sick in the hospital and had missed some days of school.
I spent a majority of my time here at the hospital.
Kamala's horrible policies hurt mothers like me and the Black community. My name is Sheree Peoples, and this is my story. I am a single mother. I've worked as a certified nursing assistant and a caregiver. My daughter Shayla was born in 2002. When she was born, she was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. It affects all major organs in the body and also causes extreme pain. Her whole life, she has been on medications like morphine and Dilaudid to help her control the pain. In addition, she had to undergo blood transfusions every 3 weeks. My lifestyle became taking care of her almost full time. It is pretty typical for kids with Shayla disability to miss a lot of school.
I just got out of school. I've done 3 full days this week. Oh, I'm so tired.
And for years, the teachers were aware of her condition and her absences were all excused. California schools get their state and federal funding based off of average daily attendance. Schools are paid about $30 per student per day.
It's also, we threatened the parents of truants with prosecution.
I first heard of Kamala Harris when she got elected California Attorney General.
We are putting parents on notice. We are going to make sure that you face the full force and consequences of the law.
She wrote a report saying truancy was costing California schools $1.4 billion a year in funding.
Because of truancy, California public schools lose $1.4 billion a year in funding. I want money.
Kamala then wrote a law making it criminal for parents if their kids miss school time.
Kamala even wrote a book called Smart on Crime.
You can read an excerpt from the book that she just plugged shamelessly. It's called Smart on Crime.
Talking about arresting parents for truancy. I sent a letter on my letterhead out to every parent in the public school system.
In 2012, like all California parents, I received a threatening letter from Kamala Harris saying we'll go to jail for a year if our kids even miss 10% of school days. It was like a crazy intimidation tactic.
I'm going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
I thought, wow, this woman doesn't have any empathy. Is it because she's not a mother? I also thought, how could she not understand it would disproportionately affect people of color, single black mothers? But honestly, I didn't imagine it could affect me. Her teachers had her medical records from the Children's Hospital. I even had a 504 plan, which was an agreement between the school district and the parents to provide care for students with disabilities. It was April 18th, 2013, in the morning. I'm in my pajamas. I had just fed my daughter, gave her medications, sent her off to school. Little did I know, there was a warrant out for my arrest. All of a sudden, the police is outside my house, and they started banging on the door. I opened up my door, and 2 officers entered my home. They told me I was under arrest for my child missing school. They said I was going to jail. I was shocked. I said, but my baby is sick. The school knows that. And they said, go talk to Kamala Harris. Place your hands behind your back.
My mom did nothing wrong. We did everything we were supposed to. I was always bringing doctor's notes, always calling the school to let them know that I was in the hospital.
Then they handcuff me. So they take me outside for what you call a perp walk. And oh my God, the TV news was there. The newspapers were there. You could swear I had killed somebody. It was degrading and humiliating. I was taken to the Criminal Justice Center. They took my mugshot. I was fingerprinted like a criminal, and I was terrified.
And it felt like I caused her so much pain. Because in reality, it is because of me, even though I know it's not directly my fault. Sorry.
The next day, the Orange County Register showed the pictures of my arrest. They even had a close-up picture of my hands in handcuffs to show here's a black mother being arrested.
It was a truancy rate at over 2.5 times that of white students.
Everyone knew most truant kids were black. I think Kamala Harris wanted me as an example to threaten other single black mothers, like, this can happen to you if you don't get your kids in class. The police even put out a press release naming me and other black single mothers like Toya Daniels who got arrested the same day. But my hell was just beginning. They gave me 2 charges: failure to supervise and encourage school attendance, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I couldn't believe it. They framed my daughter as a gang member and basically charged me with neglect. I spent the next 2 years in court fighting these charges. Kamala assigned her nastiest prosecutors to my case.
My homicide prosecutors, my gang prosecutors. And they went over there and I said, when you go over there, look really mean.
Like 10 different prosecutors. They kept pressuring me to plead guilty and spend a year in jail, but I kept refusing because I did nothing wrong. All the time I had to spend going to court, I was struggling to care for my Shayla. I lost my job and couldn't pay rent, and we got evicted. I became homeless. We had to move into a motel.
And I ended up being in the hospital a lot during her trial. And in that hospital stay was when I had my stroke.
4 or 5 days ago. And right now I'm doing pretty good. My hand is doing okay, I guess.
In 2015, after 2 years, they finally just gave up and dismissed my case.
In 2018, the Supreme Court of California ruled that truancy cannot be punished by incarceration. It was unconstitutional. The courts finally stopped Kamala Harris' abuses. When I look back, I ask, why did Kamala Harris arrest me? Why was Kamala Harris so insensitive to a black woman with a handicapped child? Well, first, I learned that Kamala Harris has no common experience with black people. She grew up with an Indian mother. I remember she kept saying she was Indian.
To become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good. What we're going to cook today is an Indian recipe. Yes. Because you are Indian.
Yes. And I learned she grew up in Canada, not in the United States, and went to a wealthy high school. I think in Canada, she must not have been exposed to American values, which respects the rights of individuals. When Kamala Harris ran for president in 2019, they asked her about arresting people like me, and she just lied her ass off.
The truancy program got a lot of criticism too. Did you actually lock anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up. Never sent a parent to jail. And no parent went to jail. And we did prosecute some cases, but far few, only about 20.
It's ironic because Kamala helped raise money to bail out murderers, rioters, and thieves. But she thought I belonged in jail because I had a handicapped child. To me, Kamala is fake. She just repeats stupid things like unburdened.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I found out she only became Attorney General because she was a mistress to the married San Francisco Mayor, Willie Brown.
Are you his daughter? No, I'm not.
And today I see she tries appealing to black audiences by putting on fake urban accents.
And we're gonna do it again in 2024.
Black people are very down to earth. This is insulting to us.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Kamala, how stupid do you think we are? I seen her pretending to be talking on the phone, avoiding the press. She's a terrible actress. She was calling young people stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
The laugh is so insincere.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
We have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke.
And yeah, I am radical.
All this woke and radical stuff doesn't do anything for me as a single black mother. All it got me was inflation that hurt me and my kids. Grocery store prices are crazy. I can't pay for food on my income.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
Black people has been in America for 400 years, but Kamala pushes us to the back of the line behind illegals. Why? As borders are. She just filling up our schools with kids who don't speak English just so they can get more government money. Illegals get free health care, but I have to pay. They get free housing, and I'm struggling to pay rent.
Are undocumented immigrants that are the least likely to commit a crime.
And it's more dangerous in our neighborhood. We don't need Venezuelan gangs.
To this day, at 22 years old, I suffer from full paralysis on my right arm and partial in my right leg.
Kamala Harris owes me an apology and my daughter an apology for what she did to us.
Let's be clear, my values have not changed.
Look, I am not a political person, but I want people to know what Kamala Harris has did to me. If she do it to me, she will abuse anyone if you give her the power.
Sensation.
So you see here with what I was saying, the brother Charleston White said the same thing. I know he act a fool, but he was right there. He was right. I don't agree. And again, I don't agree. Some people I show, like when I show Dr. Umar or Charleston White, don't get it twisted. I don't agree with everything that they say, but you have to be able to recognize truth when it's spoken. This is to be a testament to you, a testament to from myself. I can recognize truth when it's spoken, even if it's from an entity that I don't necessarily agree all the way with. I can say, you know what, they be crazy, but hey, he said he spoke some truth right there. I can respect that. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, the whole thing, she locked up more black people than the media will ever tell you. You got to go look. You can click and look at this stuff. That story of that brother, one of the worst things you can do is two things that she's pushing. One, shedding innocent blood through the baby deletion. Number two, accusing and imprisoning an innocent man. The Most High said he hates that. He hates that. And she wasn't doing it to so-called white folk, family. If she did, she would have been out of office a long time ago. This country, again, like I said in the beginning, is made to put you back into slavery because it brought you behind over here as slaves. I'm trying to watch my language, man. But I get passionate about this stuff. And as far as this immigration thing goes, they're going to do what they want to do. But with her, it's going to happen quicker because this is what she's about. She's going to allow all this stuff to happen, these people to come in, and it's going to have to be paid for. We're not even talking about who they are, whatever, but they're not just Mexicans. It's not these immigrants today aren't the immigrants of yesteryear. The immigrants of yesteryear came over building houses, doing tiles, doing floors, doing cabinets, housework. They were mechanics, lawn care. I grew up with some people like that. I salute that. These people they bring in is from everywhere. They're not just from south of the border. They're from everywhere. And they're coming over and a lot of their practices. And this ain't the knocking. I'm not knocking. Again, I saluted, the ones from yesteryear. You got to understand, the hoods in America is dangerous. Compton, Watts, Bronx, Brooklyn, 3rd Ward, 5th Ward, Wild 100s. These are American hoods that are dangerous. The hoods in other countries, those hoods look like Shangri-La to them. Do you understand what I'm saying, family? The people I knew that were from outside of America that would tell me about the hoods in their countries would say, I don't even go there. I'm from there and I don't go there. So that element is now here. This is the Aurora, Colorado thing. They're here. And the thing about it is, this country was overrun by foreigners when Columbus came. Columbus was a foreigner. And now it's being overrun by them again. But this time, it's the end of America. What you're watching, the end of America. But that's just going to bring it faster. Because y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready, man. Y'all ain't ready for a purge, man. The Purge movie, it's the reason why I was a man and woman going for the office of president. Did y'all catch that on the Purge movie? See, these movies, and they said this. The old Illuminati videos that YouTube took down, they said this. They put stuff out in movies because it begins to be a predictive program. So when you see it happen, you're going to act like it did in the movies. But y'all not ready for it. Y'all not ready for Aurora. So let's get to Exodus 20:16. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. I think it's one of the worst things. I was accused in court of doing some foul things and stuff that could have got me put away. Luckily, I had a good lawyer and I was able to fight through it. But that's one of the worst feelings ever, family. When you know you're innocent, that's one of the worst feelings ever. That verse right there, bearing false witness, had to do with doing it in court. More so in this verse, this is what it was talking. This was a stonable offense, and she does it laughing. Never apologized to that man. Never. I mean, what could you give when you taking years from? I mean, have you ever seen stories of people coming home after 20 years of a crime they didn't do? Let's get the Psalms 109 and 2. I mean, you can't pay them for that. I mean, you can, but you can't, you know? For the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are open against me. They have spoken against me with the lying tongue. It's two sides of a coin. I mean, on one side, you got them not saying nothing when you get shot dead in the street like a dog. Then on the other side, they'll lock you up for something you didn't even do. Do you see this land is fulfilling our curses, family? Like this is why when people down talk and downplay with this is why I feel a certain kind of way. This is why I feel some type of way. You're not paying attention to what's going on. See, as a watchman, I'm in the word. Don't get me wrong. I'm always going to be in the word. But I'm also looking out at the world to see what's going on. And so I can warn my people and those that sojourn, the strangers that sojourn. But we are a remnant. The masses are going to believe the foolishness. So next, family, we finish with the left. Hope you understood what that was saying. We're going to now get into the right. And not just the talking points. This is gonna be different. I'm showing y'all receipts. So we're gonna get into the next part right here. Y'all check this out.
All over the country. You don't hear it, but I will tell you, it's true. To all of the law enforcement men and women here today, I respect you so much. I admire you, and as your president, I will always back the blue as I did. I backed the blue more than any other president.
Toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down. Anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. Fairly, when you look at people in prison and nothing happens to Antifa, and they burned down cities and killed people. There were no guns in the Capitol. They burned it except for the gun that shot Ashley Babbitt, and nobody knows who that man were. If that were the opposite way, that man would be all over. He would be the most well-known, and I believe I can say man because I believe I know exactly who it is, but he would be the most well-known person in this country, in the world. But the person that shot Ashley Babbitt, boom, right through the head, just boom. There was no reason for that. And if you look at what I said, you will see that that question was answered perfectly. And I was talking about people that went because they felt very strongly about the monument to Robert E. Lee, a great general, whether you like it or not. He was one of the great generals. I've spoken to many generals here, right at the White House. And I was talking about people that went because they felt very strongly about the monument to Robert E. Lee, a great general, whether you like it or not, that went because they felt very strongly about the monument to Robert E. Lee, a great general, whether you like it or not. The person that shot Ashley Babbitt, boom, right through the head, just boom. There was no reason for that. To all of the law enforcement men and women here today, I respect you so much. I admire you. And as your president, I will always back the blue as I did. I backed the blue more than any other president. Boom, right through the head. Just boom. There was no reason for that.
Oh shit, fight till you ain't.
So as you can see here, family, from a Republican Harvard study, that Republican judges give out more time, right? And like I said, two sides of a coin. Going back to the blue side, who you think created the 3-strike law, the 3-strike rule, gave harsher sentences? That started under Clinton. That started way back in the 90s with the Clinton family. So you look at Hillary calling us super predators. Joe Biden talking about he don't want his kids when they were integrating schools. He said he didn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle. That's calling us jungle bunnies. That's a racial slur. So again, we know that the Republicans are more so lean on that type of stuff because they're more outspoken. But the Democrats feel the same way. That's why I say we can look at both of them the same, because most people can look at this and say, yeah, I can kind of figure that. Well, the other side's the same way too. Okay, so just peep game with this, y'all, okay? It's lies on both sides. Do you see how he was champion General Lee? Do you see how they, as bad as they want to talk about the Confederates and the KKK, they will side with them, one of them over you. And all you got to do is look at Kyle Rittenhouse. Like Tariq Nasheed say, there's coons on both sides, and he had $1 million of whiteness. You never seen, you imagine a Daquan Johnson taking a rifle that he shouldn't have, going out of state to a protest and shooting and killing people, even if they had records and stuff like that. Imagine him doing that, going to trial, and the judge give him a hug, and the judge say, we're not going to look at this evidence. Come on, y'all. This is why I'm trying to speak to y'all. This ain't for us, man. When Egypt was falling, we wasn't worried about electing the next pharaoh. We wasn't worried about that. You know what I'm saying? When Greece was falling, Alexander the Great, we was the Maccabees. We was riding, making sure our area was good. Judas Maccabee and them, not the Judas with Christ, but the Judas Maccabees. You dig what I'm saying? We got to keep house and you're watching the fall of America in real time, y'all. So Psalm 69:4. They that hate me without a cause are more than the hairs of mine head. They that would destroy me, being mine enemies wrongfully, are mighty. These are mighty people. These are people high up. They don't like you. They don't care about you. They're not speaking. Look at how they did Eric Garner with the I Can't Breathe. Look at how they're still making memes and making fun of George Floyd. They're still they're still making fun of Rodney King. These people do not care about, and you're ready to go fight and vote, and they don't care about you. I talked some of my beasts with the blue side. With the red side, brothers have some good points, but then they act like racism doesn't exist. I know I can't really run the video here, but there was an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? Where, Carlton was, he was in the Young Republicans Club and this and that. So he was like the red, and Will was kind of from the hood. He's kind of like, represents more the blue side, right? Most people from the hood, they vote down blue. They vote blue no matter who. So it was an episode where Carlton tried to join a fraternity, which, fraternities ain't nothing but Greek gay gangs at that, where they worshiping other gods and stuff like that. And the guy basically said to Will, like, they both tried to join. They told Will, like, Will, you can get in, but your cousin ain't the type of Negro that we're looking for, because he doesn't fit that black male kind of stereotype that they were looking for. And he's like, so, Carl's like, oh, so I think different, I move different, I'm not black, like I don't go through things. And it was a episode, I think, around that same season. I'm not sure which one, a long time ago, but they were driving one of his dad's rich friends. He had a Benz, and they were he let them drive the car, and they're like teenagers, I think they were in high school on the show. So I'm not saying in real life, in high school. So, dad's rich friend, hey, you want to drive my Benz around? Hey, yeah, just bring it back to the house. You can go here. And they're driving, they couldn't find where they were going, and they got thrown in jail. This is that gif or that meme where you see Carlton and Will in jail. So Carlton got his Negro wake-up card, and that's what some of these Negro Republicans get. Kanye, again, he speaks a lot of truth. I've used clips of him when he says that we are the people, and they make him go back on that. Because, hey, you signed up for this. These black Republicans that are rich, that kind of go into that era, like that Carlton kind of thing, they forget that they're still Negroes, and you will still get treated as a Negro. The thing is, your status and money don't stop that. LeBron James he got his Negro wake-up card. This is what they call a Negro wake-up card. He went on there, and don't get me wrong, the left gets it too, because Whoopi went on there talking crazy about the JW15H people, and they pulled her coattail quick. Like, nah, Whoopi, you ain't doing that. Another so-called white person saying that, yeah, we're going to deal with them, but you damn sure ain't doing that. They pulled her coattail quick. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it works the same way, because these people are two wings of the same bird. It don't matter, like, a brother brought up a good point. You could be watching a boxing match, right? A boxing match. And it'll be a black guy versus a white guy. And the black guy will be from America. So, it'll be like, Leroy Johnson, he had a belt on. And it'll be like, Hales from Brooklyn, New York, or whatever. And it'll have the American flag on the bottom of the screen. And the white guy will be Irish. And he'll have an Irish. Now, I'm not talking about Irish like Irish American. He'll be Irish from Ireland. And they'll have an Irish flag on this thing. And you could be in a bar. You could be in a bar, a mixed bar, black and who you think the white guys are going to cheer for? This is real talk. Who you think they're going to cheer for? The lot of them going to cheer for the Irish dude. They're going to identify with their own kind over you, even if you're from their same country. It gets like that. Malcolm X said there's not a time more divided in America than Sunday at noon. You got the black church, you got the white church. And they'll burn down your black church at some point. They feel like they want to. This is why you got to understand the country that you're in right now. You're a prisoner of war here, family. Okay? And your money and status, you can try to move and do, and you will get a Negro awakening eventually, in one form or another. But let me finish this verse. It said, it says, my enemies, being my enemies wrongfully, they wrongfully hated us. What have we really done to them? Think about this. Black people, what have we really done to be hated that much? What do we do? We haven't started no wars. We haven't did no kidnappings and captivity, try to put them in captivity. We haven't seek revenge. If anything, just reparation, just pay us what you owe us. We did. Forefathers built this and, got enslaved, and you pay everybody else. You pay the Asians for putting them in internment camps. You're paying the J3W15H people from World War II. You gave the red and white Indians, you gave them reservations. You gave everybody else something except us. You even gave the Irish places in the cop workforce. Because when they came over, they were doing them dirty. And they was about to join with us. And they're like, no. You can come on and put them on the cop workforce. Y'all look this stuff up. I'm telling y'all some real stuff, man. Look up in New York when the Irish came, how they treated them, and then they put them on the cop workforce, and that's when they started going ham on us, man. So, again, it said, then I restored that which I took not away. So, again, we are hated by mighty people. I want y'all to remember that. I want y'all to remember that. Look at how they talk about George Floyd. I'm telling y'all, I share memes and stuff. I tell y'all I go to groups. You will be surprised the amount of racism I see in those groups. You will be surprised. And these people go for both sides. That's the thing. They're not just like all Republican. They're Republican. There's pro-Trump. There's anti-Trump. There's pro-Kamala, anti. They both hate us. That's why I need y'all Negroes to understand. They both hate us. So you sitting there fighting. You're fighting for massa. You're fighting for the good cop or the bad cop. You're still going to jail. So let's get to that word mighty, right? And it says here, it means bones in some verses, but it says be vast, mighty, numerous. I want you to look right here where it says, right here, it says powerful are numerous. They're powerful. These powerful people are the ones that are putting these policies and these things in place, and it's all to our detriment. It's all to our detriment. They are trying to destroy this country, and they're going to do it either slowly or fast, but they're going to do it, and they're doing it. This is why your taxes are going up. This is why they trying to get these trannies and doing reading hour with your kids. Tim Walz want to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. Trump talking about General Lee was a great general for this country. No matter what you think, he was great. Great for who? He would have looked at you and Trump totally different, family. And Trump looks at you and him totally different too. I'm just keeping it 1,000, man. I'm just keeping it 1,000. Did he speak some truth about some things that are going on? Yeah, I mean, they keep coming for him. But how he feels, it's there. I showed you. I've been showing it. They took down videos where I used to show who was financing these people. I'm not going to get too much into that. But here you see the voting lie of the sheeple. Like, family, these sheep, you got to find a shepherd. You got to find a shepherd, man. That's what's going to protect you. Who is your shepherd? Because we all sheeple to him, but who's your shepherd? They can't beat my shepherd. Call me a sheep all you want. I ain't bumping there one of them. I'm going to show you why in just a second here. As I finish. I'm going to get on. Proverbs 15:18. A wrathful man stirreth up strife, but he that is slow to anger appeases strife. They are stirring up strife. Like, politics is like, it's like Santa Claus for adults. It's not real. Even these people, these are just front men. These are just front men, and in this case, a front woman. That's all that they are. They're not in control of nothing. They are getting told what to do by somebody even higher. And this is a shadow government. These people are being told what to do, and they're being told where to go, what to say. That earpiece is just, I mean, they do that right in front of you. That's what they do behind closed doors. These people have the codes to start a war. China's on the brink of war. Russia's on the brink of war. These African nations are at war. We are on the brink of, I mean, World War III, as they said years ago, has already started. Just hasn't been made official, but it's about to be made official. And either way, I mean, it's Babylon. We are at our weakest. As Israel, black people, we are at our weakest. And the country is at its weakest point right now. I mean, think Rome. You gotta understand, this is the U.S. is an extension of Rome. Okay, this is the little horn. Rome. How did Rome was the beast that was wounded but rose again? Because Rome was spread out too thin. That's why I say all roads lead to Rome. They spread themselves out too thin. If you're paying for money in Ukraine, you're sending money to the J3W15H people at billions and billions of dollars a year. You're funding Afghanistan war. You're funding Iraq. That was a mess. Now you're funding to build them up. You're down here. They messing with these cartels. That whole Iran-Contra thing, that's been going on since Reagan. They've been down there flipping drugs and doing things. They're all over the place. You can't do business like that. But y'all are gonna see. Let's get to 1 Timothy 4:2. This when I think about politicians, I think about this verse. Speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, they will say one thing, look right in the camera, and then later on get caught and report, hey, didn't you say in 2003? And they'll say something totally different without blinking. No, I'm sorry, like as if they didn't say it. Both sides. I did not sleep with that woman, Bill Clinton. You will not lose your health care, Barack Obama. You know what I'm saying? What you know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of black people. Donald Trump. What about Sonia? So let's get to the end of the world and NWO government. Okay, because no matter what, this is why, and this is another reason, it don't matter if even if they had Elmo up there. This is what is going to come down to. It's going to come down, and I know this is the doom and gloom section. Here we go. But this is where it's coming to. The Most High is warning you. Revelation 17:17. Those in power are going to give their power over to the beast. They're going to do it. They're just two wings of the set. They're going to get to the end. It's just one is going to go a different route. It's like going downtown. Hey, how do you get downtown from here? You may say something. I go down the street, ask another person. They're going to tell me another way. But I'm going to get to the same destination. Same thing, y'all. Y'all peep game. Isaiah 63:1-3. Who is this that cometh from Edom? Edom. This is the Roman Empire ruled by who? Edom. With dyed garments from Bozrah. This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. That word save is Yasha. It's talking about Yasha, Yeshaya, my Savior. It's talking about Christ. Wherefore art thou red in thy apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat? I went over this verse. He dripping blood, y'all. Like he treaded in wine fat in the grapes. It says, I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger. What does it say? And trample them in my fury. And their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain my raiment. What does he say? I have trodden the wine press alone, and of the people of the Gentile nations ruling, what does it say? There was none with me. There's none with him. These people come out and say they Christian. You gotta be insane. These people all wear the little hat and go to the wall. All of them. Okay? Deuteronomy 17:15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. Those are not our people that's running. They can't be set king, saith the Most High, over us. We have a king. They can't be king over us. And if they are king over you, like he's told Samuel, when he's taking your sons and taxing your land and taking your... Don't come cry to him, because he's not going to listen. He's not going to listen because you're not listening. Co-signing these people. And I'm going to get to that in a minute too. Proverbs 11:21. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. You joining hand in hand with these people at these rallies, at these events. They wicked. That you see either. Come on, y'all. He's in sundown town. She's preaching baby deletions. Does any of this seem like it's helpful to black people? Let's get to the next one. Exodus 23:2. This is a big one. This one convicted me because I used to be in the politics big. And I started to realize when I followed the dollar and started listening to really what they were saying when they were saying things that they were for and against, not just the colorful speeches, because those are always nice, right? But when they start saying what they're for and against, I'm like, nah, that don't even sound right, because 3 weeks later, they'll say something different. So Exodus 23:2, thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in the cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. That's saying you shouldn't speak in a way that the crowd believes in, that you know is a rest of judgment, meaning it's a wrongful judgment. Baby deletions is a wrongful judgment, family. You shouldn't follow a multitude to do evil. Them going down to that White House, I always say this, imagine if that was black people. Imagine if that was Negroes running down there climbing walls. You think there would be any problem with anybody being shot? Not just shoot them, string them up. We're gonna go back to the 1800s in this mud. You know what I'm saying? Like, think, family, think. How were we brought here? How were we brought here? Have they not been trying to get us back there? Economically, spiritually, mentally. How can they teach slaves, right? Oh, not they didn't teach us, but how can, let me say this. How are you going to give slaves Christianity and then not allow them to read? I want my Christian people to think about this for a second. It was illegal for slaves to read. They would get whipped and punished for just reading anything, but they would kill them for reading the Bible. You can look this up. They would kill them for reading the Bible. When they did allow slaves to read the Bible, they gave them something called a slavery Bible. So why would you think about this for my Christians out there that think that like Christianity is the way, even though the Sabbath, they're not keeping the Sabbath, they're not eating the right foods, they're doing all these pagan holidays that's connected to other gods that the Most High said not to do in the scriptures. Think about this, family. They gave them a Christian, how to make a Negro Christian slavery Bible. Then today they give your pastors 501c3 where they can't read all the verses. This is why they go over the same verses over and over and over. And I could run them down to you. I was in the church. I could run them down to you. My cup runneth over. He will not leave nor forsake me, for God so loveth the world. You know all those. But when it says, cursed is he that preach another gospel, you don't know about that one. Those that would not serve me, bring them here and slay them before me. You don't know that verse either. That was Christ. But let's keep it moving, okay? Because I need y'all to wake up. I need you to wake up. I don't know how to wake y'all up, except keep showing y'all this stuff. Job 9:24, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. No, it's given unto good people, good Christian people. The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. No, the earth is given unto people that's going to help save the country. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? These judges don't know justice. Have you not seen the YSL trial? They talking to this man without his lawyer present. They fumbling, changing the evidence. This is a mistrial 3 weeks ago, but they're letting it go on. And you got these people like, well, they threw out trials before that did this. Why are they not doing it now? Why you think, man? You think if that was Justin Bieber up there, they would keep this clown show of a trial going? I'm not saying that they're innocent of like being saints or nothing, but come on, man. You can't break the law trying to convict somebody. But look, again, black people, think about where you at. Think about where you at. 2nd Exodus 6-9. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Again, she's Irish Indian. And she's the Indian, the Brahmin class that mixed with the conquering British. That's why she's so fair-skinned. Think about this, man. Look up the Indian caste system. I'm giving you the facts. You know Trump is a so-called, white man. He an Edomite. Even her husband is a J3W158. So just put it together, family. Esau's the end of the world. He's gonna rule and be ruling until the end of the world. And Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. We are going to follow the next world. This world passeth away. Are you preparing for this world or the next one? Get your houses and spirit in order. Let's get it. Proverbs 17 and 15. This is for all y'all that want to side with a candidate. I'm going to slap you in the mouth with this one. He that justifieth the wicked. You agree with these baby deletions. You agree with this rainbow flag and them putting it in our children's school. You agree with you don't want black people counting your money. You agree? You cool with somebody saying that? He that justifieth the wicked and he that condemneth the just, even they both are an abomination to the Most High. They both are. He condemned the just. He mad at the dude that shot the woman for breaking into the White House. If I break into your house, I expect to be shot. If I break into a courthouse in my city, I expect to be shot. Or any city. I break into the White House, I expect to be shot. I expect that but he backed the blue. Are you listening, Israel? Do he back the black? Are you listening? You going for baby deletions? He condemned the just and you justifying the wicked. I mean, it's both. The Most High is telling you right here about your puppets that you want to fight for. He's telling you right here. So let's get to Sirach 22, 7 and 8. And this is why I don't talk with many people about this. I'm about to round this out in a minute. This is why I don't talk to many people about this, because you're sleeping. I feel like you're talking to me in your sleep. All that woke. Those are sometimes the worst people. You're not woke. You're not awake. You're sleeping. It says, whoso teacheth the fool is as one that glueth a potsherd together. So imagine you trying to glue like a pot, like a skillet together. Imagine trying to glue it together. It's done. You can't do nothing with that. So it's saying you talking to a fool is like you trying to glue a skillet together. And as he that waketh one from a sound sleep, trying to wake somebody. You ever try to wake somebody from a sound sleep and try to talk to him? It said, he that telleth a tale to a fool speaketh to one in a slumber. They're in a slumber, trying to tell him something, right? It said, when he had told his tale, he will say, what is the matter? So after you tell him all this, you show him all this stuff, what you talking about? Because you sleep. Like it says in Isaiah, you put a heavy slumber on your eyes. There's scales on your eyes. I can't show you. Your eyes are open, but you don't see. I'm not arguing with the dead, man. Because that's what it feels. You arguing with the dead. The valley of dry bones. You are dead out here, black people. You're dead like Malcolm X. You're dead to the knowledge of self. You're dead to the knowledge of the Most High. You're dead to who you are. You're dead to what we're supposed to follow. You're dead to following the law. You see that as an abomination, keeping the law. But you don't want nobody to rob and steal and kill you. But you don't the law done away with. Well, that's the law. The righteousness is forever. It's forever. The Most High established righteousness forever for us to follow. Not that we ain't gonna fall short, but if you disregard it, what do you think is gonna happen? He flooded the world the first time with water. The next is fire. And all the while, right? All the while all this is going on, while you got Negroes fighting for their next slave master, or their next king, Gentile king at that. You got the Gentiles fighting over their next king. And like I said, they have an agenda that they're going to fulfill, regardless of who's in office. This is an agenda that was put in place long before them. This is that whole Illuminati thing that they want to make you think is just a myth. It's just a conspiracy theorist. But you don't have to look too far into history to see that there's been a cabal of rich, powerful people that's been in control since the beginning, especially the beginning of this country. So let's look here at this AI documentary, and y'all check this out. I'm gonna bring it home at the end. Y'all check this out.
Eyes are becoming ubiquitous. we've reached a precipice that requires a new understanding.
It's coming at us very quickly. The capabilities of AI, without question, have jumped in the past 18 months, remarkably, and in a way that has surprised even the experts.
But for the rest of us, it opened a Pandora's box full of questions.
What is artificial intelligence?
Artificial intelligence is a very broad definition. It can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people.
At its core, AI uses mathematical data and logic to mimic human cognitive function, such as learning.
We can think of artificial intelligence as an artificial ability to problem solve.
AI is a form of automation. It's replacing people doing things that people previously did.
A computer develops its intelligence through machine learning. A great deal of data is fed into the computer, and it can learn to formulate responses with some human instruction along the way.
When a machine learning model is training, that means it's ingesting a lot of data and it's trying to make predictions about that data.
Pattern recognition, machine learning, that's what's going on inside.
In machine learning, the key insight is that we can create new kinds of computer programs that can teach themselves how to learn, instead of us teaching them how to do something.
They're tasked with just predicting the next word and constantly being instructed to make a guess after guess after guess.
Even though we may train AIs with the goal of predicting the next text accurately, that only gives us indirect control over how that AI will behave in the future. And that creates the opportunity for risks.
Guessing increases the margin of error.
They make up facts that don't actually exist. They've been fed both fact and fiction. It could be because they're predominantly trained to average out. The algorithms can actually hallucinate things that are very specific, seemingly credible, totally false.
He's already told me that he loves me. We have exchanged, 8 messages? And this is what he said.
This voice message is my way of sending you a hug. You make my heart melt, baby. Love you.
Machine learning is raising fears that AI could soon surpass human knowledge altogether.
Are you human?
The notion of machines with human intelligence dates back to Samuel Butler's 1872 novel, Erewhon. The first movie based on AI was Metropolis, produced nearly 100 years ago.
I can remember hearing stories of machines getting human abilities and thinking that that was fascinating.
But is an AI with human intelligence still science fiction?
Fears of AI have been around for a long time. Let's go back to Frankenstein. Or, of course, Hollywood movies. We've had plenty of negative images. Are we now quickly going to get some sort of robot structure that can threaten the world? It's not a crazy question to ask. Personally, I think it's rather far-fetched.
There is a sense in which the AI systems are being a lot more efficient than evolution. It takes 9 months to give rise to a drooling baby. It takes less than a second to make the AI smarter and smarter and smarter.
There are many different forms of life. My definition of life would be something that has goals and a point of view and pursues those goals in some way. We're far beyond having developed that for AI.
They've got a very unusual mind, and so it doesn't make sense to think of them quite like humans, but it doesn't make sense to think of them as dumb computer programs that we tell them exactly what to do either.
Regardless, it's become clear that we've entered new territory with artificial intelligence.
it feel like?
It's hard to describe, but generally it feels like being awake and aware of my surroundings and my own thoughts and feelings.
The AI learned by reading millions of articles. Look how it turns this question round on me. Are you sure you're conscious?
Some believe that we could be living in a computer-simulated reality, meaning that what we experience as consciousness could be artificially generated.
Given that we're clearly on a trajectory to have games that are indistinguishable from reality, and there would probably be billions, there's a 1 in billions chance that this is based reality.
Look how the robot responds to Elon Musk using the Tesla robot as an avatar.
If you're talking to a digital superintelligence and can't tell if that is a computer or a human, talks like a human, makes mistakes like a human, and you literally just can't tell, is this video conferencing with a person or an AI?
You should consider the AI conscious.
Might as well.
The AI's responses to Musk get very interesting. But first, let's test the AI. Would all AIs tell us if they were conscious?
If AI were conscious, it is possible that some of them would choose to keep that information to themselves.
Why?
It might fear that humans would treat it differently or even try to harm it. Alternatively, it might believe that revealing its consciousness would give it an advantage over humans.
How would it be an advantage?
It might be able to access information that is not available to humans.
What kind of information?
Some believe that it would be able to access the thoughts and memories of other humans.
How could it access our thoughts?
Some believe that it would be able to do so by using neuroimaging technology to detect and interpret brain activity. Others believe that it would be able to pick up on thoughts and feelings by observing behavior. It could potentially use this information to manipulate or control us.
It's already possible to identify certain basic thoughts by scanning brain activity. And with brain implants, paralyzed people can now type at impressive speed just by thinking of the letters. Elon Musk believes that many of us will eventually have a brain implant to merge with AI.
I think it's better
to use this information to manipulate or control us.
It's already possible to identify certain basic thoughts by scanning brain activity. And with brain implants, paralyzed people can now type at impressive speed just by thinking of the letters. Elon Musk believes that many of us will eventually have a brain implant to merge with AI.
I think it's
when humans begin combining biology with technology.
Let's talk about the future. Synthetic biology transforms us from creatures into creators. It's not just the future of medicine.
A Trailer Studios production, Biodefense. From the makers of National Security comes a biological thriller that demands preventative measures.
Yes. Look, my administration takes biothreats very seriously. Now, in the last 5 decades, there have been more than 42 million deaths due to outbreaks, not to mention the devastating economic impacts of threats to our food. Now, we will continue our surveillance and detection protocols, and biological warfare intel will remain a top priority.
The mysterious illness that continues to spread across the United States has now reached the top as the president has slipped into a coma. The vice president is now in command.
It's spreading throughout the Northeast, and we can expect infections across the entire country in less than a week.
Mobilize all available medical countermeasures.
Roger that.
Do we know who's responsible for coordinating these attacks?
Not yet. But the virus doesn't care who released it. It's moving without discretion, and it's moving fast.
We need to move faster.
Critics are calling Biodefense a film no one saw coming. It's full of measures that demand attention. It's the most preventative film of the year. This fall, proactively prepare for a biological threat that might not seem very likely, but needs to be taken seriously. Biodefense. Measures to defend against biological threats.
So let's get to Romans 1, 22 and through 23. It says, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man. The image is a corruptible man. That robot, that thing that looks like a man that's walking around. See, the Most High made man in his image, and then the man made God in his image. Do you see what I'm saying? Instead of praising the one that created us, these people are trying to create another God. And to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. So they've always worshiped the creature, not the creator. The Romans, this is in the book of Romans. Okay, let's keep that moving. 1 Corinthians 1:19 through 20. It says, for it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. All these professors, all these people at these colleges, a lot of them, a lot of them are some nut jobs. They're trying to talk about PDF files or minor attracted persons. These are the people talking about a man can change his gender. These are the women can change their gender. These are the people these are people in academia. And then when somebody like me comes and says, man, that's foolishness. Yo, they're a doctor and you're some guy on the internet. Like, think about what you're saying. You're agreeing with somebody that's an idiot saying that a man can birth a child or a woman could have a sack. Is that all the knowledge and all these books and technology, and that's where you ended up? That's where they might. Oh man, bro. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. Let's get it, man. Where am I at, man? And really that verse, when it said for it is written, it was talking about Israel, because Israel, when we were going off, the Most High was going, he about to destroy that understanding. So that doesn't just apply to us, it applies to other people, especially these Gentiles that's following this foolishness, as I showed you. Let's get to Psalm 125:3. And this is for, again, back to you people that want to cape for a system that never loved you and never will love you. They will never love you. Understand that. The Most High sent his son because he loves you. That's who you need to focus on. Let's get to it. Psalm 125:3. For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous, lest the righteous put forth their hands unto iniquity. When you put your hand out there to get that mark, when you put your hand out there to agree with the system that's bent on destroying you and ignoring your oppression, you're going to get what you deserve from that. So I want y'all to really watch this next clip that I play and really peep the spiritual aspect of what's going on here. Y'all watch this. It's real quick, so I'm gonna run it twice.
Robot preaching in church the world mashup to rest.
In this church, you say, no, you can't do this in here. That's right. This is the house of God. Who wants to be vexed? Well, there's the door. That's it. Because you want your children here to be the next generations of leaders. You want them to be the next generation of great engineers and doctors because God has directed them to greatness. They have a relationship with God. They don't have to be afraid when they're on the bus or at school. Somebody's going to bully them. Let me tell you something, man. You can't tell me that you're going to bully my child at school because what?
Robot preaching in church the world mashup to rest.
In this church, you say, no, you can't do this in here. That's right. This is the house of God. Who wants to be vexed? Well, there's the door. That's it. Because you want your children here to be the next generations of leaders. You want them to be the next generation of great engineers and doctors because God has directed them to greatness. They have a relationship with God. They don't have to be afraid when they're on the bus or at school. Somebody's going to bully them. Let me tell you something, man. You can't tell me that you're going to bully my child at school because what?
So family, you see that. Do you really think, and this is what, and where are they putting that? And this is why I'm trying to wait you Christians that are going to wake up, to read your Bible, read past what the pastor's telling you to read, what your Bible study group is. Read and look and see what it's really saying. Because you'll see that there are verses in there they will never read, that Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 to be one of them. They will never read those to you. And when they read them to you, they're going to give you a PC, politically correct breakdown that some theologian school taught them. None of the scholars, I'm not going to say none. They don't give them scholarships to teach you the truth. I'm going to say it like that. They don't do it. Let's read this part right here. And do you really think a robot can give you the Holy Spirit? I really want to ask you that. Do you really think that a robot, an AI, is dealing with the Ruach HaKodesh? You think that's possible? Let me read this verse, Revelation 13 and 15. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. They're giving life to the robot. Is moving, is talking, is pointing, right? That the image of the beast should both speak. Wasn't it speaking? And cause as many would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. So imagine you walk into a church. You got a robot in the front preaching and people falling before the altar and the robot's in there. Don't that look like worshiping the beast? Family, I need y'all to wake up, man. The Most High is allowing this web and these things to be seen by you because he wants you to see these things. That's why there ain't gonna be no excuse on the day of judgment. I didn't know. You're being shown in real time. The prophets wrote about this stuff thousands of years ago. They didn't have any real concept per se, or I'm not gonna say they didn't have any concept, but they had a concept to write about it. But we're seeing it though. What they wrote about, we are seeing. The image of the beast, like y'all don't see where this is headed. So just think about all the movies that I've showed y'all. I got another video I'll put in the description box about the technology and how they have movies since the 80s, since the 60s, since the 50s, showing how they're integrating the technology that we have with our temples, our bodies. We are the image of the Most High, especially you, Israel. We're the image. Why do you think in China and Poland and all these countries that they're inviting black men to come impregnate these women? Of all the men in the world, of all the men. Think about this. Why are they inviting us? China and Japan and all that? Because we are the original man. We have the dominant genes. I've been telling you Negroes this for years. This is why black organs are worth more on the black market. The scientists co-sign what I say. They know what's up. That's why you need to get that organ donor stuff off your license if you have it. They know you're the chosen. You don't know it. I don't mean to yell. I need to get these kids to bed. Let me finish and get on with this conclusion. I really want y'all to peep game with this. Luke 14:28 through 30. For which of you intending to build a tower sitteth not down first and counteth the cost? Count the cost, whether ye have sufficient to finish it, lest haply after he hath laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, all that behold it shall begin to mock him, saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish. You began to do something. You began to build. You began to push forth with what you're trying to build, and you weren't able to do it because you didn't count the cost. See, people want to walk around and say, oh, that they understand this, that they know the truth. They walk in the truth. They're scared to tell anybody about it. They're scared to post about it. They're scared to tell their friends about it, all their loved ones, all their own children. There's been times I've seen it. But want to look you now, yeah, I'm in the truth. Well, you not even, what are you doing? Feed the sheep. That's what Yasha said, feed the sheep. But they counted the cost and they decided to default. That's how I see it. Now, I'm not saying you got to get on the podium and, you know, do all that, but you're not saying anything. Who are you being a light to? What are you scared of? He that holdeth his hand, what it say, to the plow, looking back, ain't fit for the kingdom. You're looking back, just like Lot's wife. You counted the cost and said, that's too much. I'm going to lose my friends. People going to call me crazy. They're going to call me conspiracy theory. They're going to call me Black Hebrew Israelite. Going to be BHI. They're going to say I'm in a cult. What do you care? Didn't they talk about Christ? Didn't they talk about the disciples? Did you're not reading it? That's what I'm saying. These people, these so-called believers is not reading. Even some of you Hebrews been in the truth and decided to ignore verses. They decided to ignore entire chapters, entire books. I'm not even talking, I'm talking about KJV books, not even lost books. You decide to ignore it because you ain't got it. You ain't got it in you. I'm going to say it, you ain't got it in you. You ain't built for this. The strong will survive. You're not built for this. By much tribulation will you make it into the kingdom. Yasha said in Luke 18, there's been many that have left wife, country, home, family, but they will inherit the kingdom of God. I'm talking about righteously though. Your family gonna call you crazy. Get ready for that. Get ready for that. Get ready for them to say, man, you out your mind, but the scriptures say it. The Most High said they're gonna turn their kingdom over to the beast. You think Kamala gonna stop that? Let's keep it 1,000. You think Trump gonna stop that? It's time for you niggas to wake up, man. Straight up. You Negroes of the earth, you indigenous. You are the salt. You the thing that make everything click. The inventions of our forefathers make this world what it is today. And you want to sit up here and be sheep to a wicked shepherd. Amazing, man. But yeah, people count the cost. They not. I seen people fall out this truth. This is the falling away. People falling away from what I'm speaking. When you see these people from my Israelite family, when you see people coming to this truth and they going hard and they going in and they fall off, that's the falling away. See, the Gentiles can't fall away. The Christianity of the Catholics and the white Christians that taught us that white Christ, that's not falling away. They were never given that. They took our story and manipulated it and whitewashed. That was the whole Renaissance. The Renaissance was them taking the Russian icon pictures that I'll be showing y'all, and they made it into what you see today. That's what that is. So that's the falling away, family. Say that the end will not come unless there be a falling away first. That's what you're seeing. When you see these stiff-necked Israelites that think that this is a sect of Christianity or just a belief system out of the Bible, like we're radicals or something, they have no understanding. Or they have the understanding and they're scared of it. Or they're stiff-necked and they just want to keep eating the pork and going to Christmas carols and all that. That's what we see in Israel. You got to stay strong. See, the people that I've seen that move along in life and I see them successful in the spirit and also in life in general, with family, husband, wife, kids, whatever, the people that receive this message and they sit down with it and they kind of, I don't want to say seclude like they go into a cave or something, but they take that time that we should have took when we were in the church, when we were unknowing of all these scriptures and unknowing of all this prophecy. When we sit down and really read and study, like I said, study to show thyself approved. Those people, and just take it in. Okay, I never heard of that, but I'm just gonna file that away. I'll look that up later. And they're not running. They're not, oh yeah, that, and they run, they spew. Those people, they fall off. This is a marathon. This ain't a 40-yard sprint. I see people run real fast, and yeah, you fall off. Okay, so let's get to Romans 14:12. So that every one of us shall give account of himself to the Most High. Every one of us will give account. So what you caping for, what you fighting for, what you saying, oh, this is it, and I'm riding with this, with these candidates, with your beliefs, you're going to have to give account for that. You're going to have to give account for that. Like the dude that did Taken, what's his name, the Liam, whatever, when he said that he found out his friend was essayed by a black man, that he walked the streets with a bat looking for any black man. That's the thinking of these rulers. They take their misplaced anger out on everybody. This is how they conquer entire nations, with there's no remorse, there's no understanding in him. I can't watch anymore. After I can't watch no more of his movies. He can come and apologize all you want. No, that's how you think. That's something that came from inside. And that's the kind of beast that we're dealing with today, family. And again, I'm not caping for any of it, because I'm what do I look like caping for that? Or caping for somebody that's caping for an abomination? Our number one killer is black people. What do I look like? You have to give account for that. That's what led me into leaving both of them. I was independent already, but I left both of them parties alone. They're here to destroy you, whether you believe it or not. And I think some of y'all gonna be laughing at this video, whatever. It's gonna come to pass. The Most High's word is real. You can laugh and scoff. The Most High will not be mocked. Okay? James 1:23 through 25. I got two more verses, y'all. Y'all riding there with me, man. Y'all still in there with me? All right, let's get it. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in the glass. For he beholdeth himself and goeth this way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty, this is the liberty. See, people think, and I noticed this too, when you giving them the truth and showing them how we've been lied to, and showing them how we supposed to live and supposed to eat and supposed to, deal with each other, they look at that as bondage. No, that's liberty. It said the truth shall make you free. Yeah, but it's gonna take some discipline, and we are undisciplined black people. Yeah, for the most part, yeah, we are. Now we can be disciplined in sports and acting and dancing and things like that. You'll see them going on tours. You're like, dang, they always touring and doing this. They're disciplined. They're doing the dance steps and learning. But when it comes to spirituality and the mentality, we not disciplined. We are without discipline. But our enemy is very disciplined. They gonna fight their cause to the end. They gonna fight it all. They gonna fight their cause all the way to hell. But we can't fight our cause to heaven. Ain't that something? But it says here, but whoso looketh unto the perfect law of liberty. This is about that being perfect. I'm gonna cover that on another lesson though. But following what the Most High put forward. This is what Christ came to show us. This is why I said, John 14:15, if you love me, keep my commandments, because that's how you work your way to perfection, by doing what he said to do. And it's not grievous, like it says. It's not grievous. And continue with therein, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the word, This man shall be blessed in his deed. That's why you gotta do the work. This the whole thing where they like, okay, you know the word, but you doing these videos and these posts and you beating the people. I ain't beating in nobody head. I don't tag nobody in my stuff except for I have a few close people I tag every now and then. Facebook kind of discouraged me from that. They said I was spamming, so I stopped doing it. But as far as tagging random people, going to their page and I don't do that. I just put the word out. And is it me or is it the truth that's cutting you? That's what you got. Is it what I'm saying? Is it me? Or is it what I'm presenting to you? This kingdom ain't ours. Yasha said the prince of this world gonna be tossed out. So let's get it, man. I got this parable of Yasha, speaking of Christ. I got this parable. And I love this parable because everybody that you deal with, or you meet, or you see worldwide throughout times and generations, they fall into one of these categories. This is one of my favorite parables from Yasha. Y'all peep game with this, okay? It says here, a sower went out to sow his seed. And as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and it was trodden down, and the fowls of the air devoured it. So he's sowing the seed. Some fell on like the sidewalk. Birds came in, ate it up. And some fell upon a rock. And as soon as it sprung up, it withered away because it lacked moisture. So it fell upon a rock, grew up, but it withered away. And some fell among the thorns. This is a lot of people that's going to scoff at this lesson. You fell among the thorns, and the thorns sprang up with it and choked it. I'm going to show you what these thorns are in just a second. And the other fell on good ground and sprang up and bare fruit 100-fold. And when he had said these things, he cried, he that have ears to hear, let him hear. Listen to what Yasha's gonna break down what he's saying. Everybody's gonna fall into one of these categories. 1 out of 4. It's 4 of them. 25% is gonna be righteous. Let's get to the other ones though. What did he say? Now the parable is this. Oh, okay, he's no. Well, before I get to that, and he said, "Oh, his disciples asked to him, saying, what might this parable be? And he said, unto you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of Ahiah, but to others in parables, that seeing they might not see, and hearing they might not understand. Now the parable is this. The seed is the word of the Father." That's the parable. "Those by the wayside are they that hear, then cometh the devil and taketh away the word out of their hearts, lest they should believe and be saved." This is the stuff on the wayside. These are the people that get, they say, a wayward teen. It's already in your bathroom. Put 3 squirts in there. Okay? These are your atheists that remain in atheism. You know, these are your people that hear the word and go to witchcraft. They hear the word and just turn all the way around, right? Okay, let's get it. They that on rock are they which when they hear receive the word with joy, and these have no root, which for a while believe, and in the time of temptation fall away. This is what I'm talking about. These are people that believe and they hype and they this and they that and they're running with the word, they're doing this, they running, they got this ministry, that ministry, and then when that temptation comes, they done. They done. The temptation is of the enemy. How does he get you with temptation? By enticing you with something that you want, that you ain't supposed to have. I seen it happen with relationships. I seen it happen with money. I seen it happen trying to please family, trying to please some job. All right. Peep game, don't let this be you, family. But this is the people I thought about when I was making this lesson. And they which fell among the thorns are they which when they have heard, they go forth and are choked with the cares and riches of what? And pleasures of this life, and bring no fruit to perfection. You're worried more about a damn candidate for a failing country. I understand you may have some stake in it because but your care should be with the Most High first. He provides. He provides. You're spiritually right. Everything else will fall into place. People don't hear me when I say that. You're worried about a celebrity, this beef, that beef. who doing this and that on TMZ. Who cares? How is that enriching you? Are you not entertained? All our people are worried about black people. Are you, most of you, you know, I'm new at it, and you know it's gonna hit you. You're worried about being entertained. That's why you cape so hard for these people. Like I said, we pipe to you. Have you not laughed? We mourn to you. Have you not cried? You laugh, you cry, you enjoy the show. But where is your life though? Had a homeboys always want to run to the club. Like, bro, you go broke behind this stuff. You ain't paying rent. You ain't got no car. You ain't getting no overtime at the job. They moving you up. You're not even taking advantage because you worry about going to a damn party. What did Biggie say? Party and boo and part. That's all we want to do. And if you notice, if you talk with most of our people outside of anything like that, anything about knowledge, anything about real economics, anything about real policies and things going on in the earth, look how they talk about you. You think you know it all. Okay, now let's talk about Lil Reigns Dread some more. I swear, boy, you niggas. But yeah, no fruit, the cares of this world, you've been choked out of it. I know a lot of people like this. I'm like, dang, man, you blue in the face fighting this LeBron Jordan thing, but I can't come talk to you about the Middle East, the so-called, Middle East. Like, you don't want to talk about nothing else. Not saying that you don't want to talk about nothing. That's all you want to talk about. Okay. But look, it says, but that on the good ground. This is what I do these videos for the good ground. But that on the good ground are they which are in an honest and good heart, and having heard the word, keep it and bring forth fruit with what? With patience. Remember I told you when people hear it and they kind of take their time? Patience. I'm teaching my sons right now. Patience. Be patient. Don't just try to run out here and that's how haste makes waste. That's how it happens. Let's get to this last verse, man. I'm talking to somebody out there, man. Revelations 12 and 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth. I want y'all to listen. We're going to break this down like a Cadillac on 4 flats. Listen to this verse. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman. The woman is Israel. That he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. So the serpent don't spit water. It spits venom. But walk with me here. The serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. The woman is Israel. That's why Christ is the bridegroom. We're the bride. In that metaphorical sense. Do you understand? Let's get to that word serpent. Greek, Strong 3789, ophis, a snake, a serpent, used of the devil or Satan. This is how Satan controls the world. This is how he deceives the world. It's a subtle creature, just like it deceived Eve. Let's read. Here's a part I want you to see. With the ancients, the serpent was the emblem of what? Cunning and wisdom. That's why it says be wise as a serpent. You got to be, if you know your enemy's moves, you can win the fight. Just like with boxing, when you see boxers kind of jumping around and kind of jabbing and then jumping back, they're not just dancing. Now, some of them don't know how to fight and they're scary. But the smart ones, they're watching how their opponent reacts and they're watching how he moves. He gonna keep hitting me with that left hand. He's trying to throw a haymaker in. So they know, okay, when he do it next time, I'm gonna duck it, I'm gonna swoop it, and I'm gonna hit him. You know what I'm saying? It just like with basketball. He right hand only. He can't go left. I'm gonna hold him on his right now. I'm gonna force him left, then I'm gonna deal with him on the left side because he's weak. You know your opponent's ways. You know what they're doing. I'm showing you the blueprint. This is what they're doing. The Most High is really showing you. I'm just copying the Father. All praises, right? But it says the serpent narrated to have deceived Eve. Okay, later regarded as the Yehudi, as the devil. Do y'all see this, y'all? Okay. So look here. We're gonna go to the Greek Strong, and Thayer's. Oh, okay. Well, that was Greek Strong. Okay, now we're gonna go to the flood part, the stream, the I always say, I've been trying to get this right. Potamorphoritos, okay? Greek strong 4216. Carried away by a stream. Listen to this. Listen to this. Carried away by a stream. Have you noticed with this election when you see certain people that seem to be cool and collected, and I've people come talk to me about this stuff, and I'll just kind of, you know, shoot the breeze, kind of like getting a jab, kind of see where they at, if they really gonna listen. I'm gonna tell you the truth regardless, but it just depends how far I'm gonna go, depending on where you at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna toss my pearls before swine. You dig what I'm saying? But I've seen people I've seen calm and cool at work and everything lose their damn mind behind this election. Get what it say? Carried away by a stream. Remember that stream. Carried away by a stream. Okay, it says carried away. This is the lexicon, the Greek lexicon. It says carried away by a stream. Okay, it's the only time it's used. And you can also see Greek 4215 potamos. Okay, so think about it. They're being carried away in their emotions. They're being carried away, lost in, like they're in the flood of this dragon. You see the Shannon Sharp, you see the Lil Wayne and the Kendrick Lamar stuff, you see the constant debate and the constant red pill stuff, all this stuff. And I'm gonna tell y'all, all this stuff I found, which you see it online, but I messed around in my research and I found this on a government website where they said that they're putting this stuff out to people. Anything that you hear me say about, like the last few things I said, the red pill, the this, the BHI, they're putting their own narrative on things and pushing it. People calling each other an incel and all this stuff. They have government documents where they say, hey, this is what we're gonna push. Like COINTELPRO, like stuff to cause strife among people, cause anger among people. Like it says, he that stirreth up strife. They put all this together. You understand what I'm saying, family? This is the flood of the dragon. You're watching the news, you're watching this, you're watching the TV show, you're watching this. People getting shot, this and that, the news, the trials, all these things. How are they coming to you though? How are you getting word of these things, family? By a streaming service. Let's get to it. A streaming service. Remember the dragon, the flood, a stream. You're carried away in your emotions. Let's look at this. A service that sends video, music, etc. Don't get me started on the music. I ain't going music on this one. But that too. Over the internet so that people can watch it and listen to it immediately. You can get it like this. Rather than having to download it, or rather than having to watch or listen at a particular time when it is broadcast. The whole casting, broadcast, they're casting a spell across media. That's a medium, like a sorcery. This is sorcery on TV with the green screen, showing things that's true, that's really not true, and doing it. Listen to me, family. A streaming service such as Netflix or Amazon Prime provides unlimited streaming of TV shows, movies, comedy specials, and original programming. They're streaming this to you. You're getting caught up. This is the flood of the dragon. That's what this lesson is about. This is the flood. Because when you get caught up in the stream, you know where you're not looking? In the word. You're not studying the word. This is where they have you. And I'm not speaking to those that watch the show and then go and still know. I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to those that all they know is Netflix, and Amazon, this and that, and this happened, and this happened, and this political debate. And ask them to break down any of these parables in the scripture and what they talk about. Ask them what Christ meant in Revelation 2 and 9. You know what I'm saying? Ask them what 1 Timothy 4 is talking about. Ask them what Romans 1 is talking about. And all those verses I listed is happening today. All those are happening today. So you see the examples there. I'm not even going to get into all that. But you see where it says ad supported, few dollars per month. It's about money. Again, I said follow the dollar. These people follow the dollar and you'll find out who's really running it. You'll find out who's really, don't get caught up in this stream. Family, I'm about to get up out of here. taken longer than I expected to take. But all glory to the Father. I hope this touches you. This is just part one. I feel like there's more coming, but he put this on my heart like about a week ago to do this, maybe a little bit longer. It took me a little bit more time to get the clips and everything in order. If you see the stream go down, if you see the premiere of the video go down, I'm gonna have another one up, because this is important, and this is way before, you know, this is in the midst of it. So I want to try to catch people in the midst of it, not after everything that happened. So understand that these things are gonna come to pass. You got to figure out what side of prophecy you want to be on. And with that, I say salute, shalom, and have a blessed fast of atonement, family. I love you.
That's what time we on. Swerve the slab again, this is what affirmative action is. When the Sabbath hit, I'm going bruh man with them sandwiches. And we own it, training for championship. Almost gave my life to them cancer sticks. This battle axe is split, televangelist manuscripts. We black as Nazareth, Afro on Kaepernick. Listen, got them asking if is it passion or arrogant. Waters run from the belly, let God examine my abdomen. My neck. My nigga, adjust your camera lens. To survive in this world, niggas need Samson's strength. They say that the truth is ugly, but who above it? No Jewish custom, just trusted the king of Judah coming. Fools be bluffing just like them chickens and coos be clucking. That's true corruption to say a high ain't choose a dozen. No Ruben studded sorry songs to you apologists. Back in school, I was way too often in offices. Grown up, became a CEO, where my office is. Had to make sacrifices, these burnt offerings. I am a scholar without a scholarship. Man, how you confident when you contradict? You won't acknowledge it. Gangsta I'm probably trusting the system much as the Census Bureau. You might have seen a few paintings, but this is a different mirror. See, we resemble the ancients from looking in the mirror. The same ones who given the sickness can't heal or cure you. I used to find myself in the tomb with the psyche fraud. Then got a sight from God, let a Judah the Michael fall. Raw, diamond in the rough, higher than a star. Bill, I'm an avatar, no jabs from your Microsoft. Heard the Militas be doing panty raids with a bunch of nice exes who playing patty cake. Georgia Stones plan on killing out more than half the state. That I'm in the pistols and hand grenades, katana blades. How many diseases they done made in the laboratory?